天上太阳，风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身咱家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身咱家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一片风嘞，一呀一自由，来呀自由啊，革命江山一片风。我心中的片太阳，这的片片一片风，长白千里歌声亮亮，吹着江风风起飞扬，接着江为大海，温度为我闪闪白，眼泪面里动情歌唱，我们心中的红太阳。毛主席，我不信了你的脚踏拉进心肠，沿着真理出原理，为手将为生讲。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身咱家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身咱家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风风冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞。看看到我们奋勇前进嘞，革命江山一片红嘞，说了拉子一个一片红嘞。What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another spectacular, sunny, 77 degrees and sunny California afternoon. It is Wednesday. I guess it's not afternoon. It's still technically pre-noon. I apologize. It is Wednesday, November 8th, 2023, 11:27 a.m. And I guess I'm a little late, and I apologize for that, but live and alive regardless. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Yeah. Live, and I'm fucking alive. Oh, all right. We are going to. Did you condemn Hamas? Yes, I condemn Hamas. Let's get started by saying, of course, I condemn Hamas. Apologies for not immediately saying that first and foremost. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. But you know, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff that's going on in the world today. But before we do that, obviously, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. That's right. And what's going on in my life is not much. My dad's here. We're hanging out. That's cool. I'm doing structured walks with Kaya. I'm having facial feminization surgery in like 12 hours. Please wish me luck, Big Haas, says Alexis Buds. Good luck. Good luck on that. But yeah, Baba's here. Is the doctor too cool to visit her son now? No, she's coming. She's coming next week. Kai's doing great. The structure walks have been fantastic. We just walk for like half a mile to almost a mile. And it's really cool because like the trigger words are really good. And she pops off. Like, I'll be honest, like maybe I'm low-key kind of dick riding a little bit, but also she kind of pops off big time. Like, she is kind of goated. She is kind of a legend. I would say she's kind of a big deal. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I have lower back pain at 21 from working construction, but your streams always help, bro. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I know how that looks. I know how that feels. Not from construction. So goated with or without the sauce? With the sauce, my friend. She is goated with the sauce. Please show us the beast. Literally fucking chomping on a big ass bully stick right now. We're doing place commands right now. This is her place. Anyway. So what else was I gonna say? Saucy sauce, but you mean period blood? Oh yeah, she's literally spilling period blood everywhere in the house. How's your health, brother? Pretty good. I would say that my lifts are not as great. My lifts haven't been that great. My deadlifts are fine. My squats are not that great. Overall, pretty good. Health is pretty good. Basketball is going great. When can she be spayed? In like a month. I mean, not in a month, sorry. In like a little bit. Do you still use creatine? Yes, I'm going strong on that creatine and pretty good. Anyway, are you drinking a Coors Banquet? No, it's a cold brew. I always drink cold brew in the mornings. Shout out to the greatest HasanAbi guest, Ray, on 4 million. Shouts out to Valkyrie on 4 million subscribers. Fucking racist dipshits on Reddit are saying no one will take Palestinian refugees because they're violent by nature. Of course, they will never realize that Palestinians are the bravest people on the planet, and they will not migrate because they refuse to be displaced or cleansed. Palestine will be free. Yes, a lot of the anti-Palestinian sentiment just is like straight, unadulterated, pure, unfiltered racism. But that's basically what we talk about. Other than that, what did I do? I watched a little bit more Pluto yesterday, and then I woke up early this morning, did another structured walk with my baby girl, and she was great. Like when I say release, like when I say okay to release her, she just immediately starts smelling stuff. It's so fucking cool to see. And it's like, please no Israel talk, please no Israel talk, bro. Please, seriously, the trend of Israel is dead, bro. Please no Israel talk, please. A trend? That's wild. My man said 4,000 dead children. Just a trend. Israel fell off, bro. Please, bro. Please. Anyway. I like the... I don't think that this person is like legitimately like a HASBARA troll or anything. I don't think that's like a paid account or whatever. I think that's just like a child. So don't yell. You're yelling at a child. Yeah, 4,000 murdered children. The meta of caring about genocide is not popping anymore. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like I would have moved on probably a week in. Like I don't cover it for 8 hours a day because I think like there's clout to be gained from being pro-Palestine. Like, fuck yeah. I haven't been doing that for the fucking past 10 years because I thought there was like, one day there's gonna be clout. Anyway, I do it because I actually care. What do you think your chances of winning this are? What is this? Oh, what the fuck? I don't want to overinflate my boy's ego, but Hassan really needs a new publicist. If you think that like I would ever be, if you think that I would ever be recognized by like a mainstream media publication for being like a sexy man, that's insane. Like, these are all perfectly manicured, manufactured personas with like the most mathematically inoffensive politics you can get. I think a lot of people don't understand that I also don't want this level of like PR. Because this level of PR only draws so much ire. Anytime I do like a fluff piece on someone on an off season when like shit's not popping off, it always yields a tremendous amount of like hatred coming my way from not just like fucking haters who are like excited at the opportunity to clip everything to be like and fucking throw it back in my face and be like, look how fake and phony this guy is. He's clearly doing it for clout. But also on top of that, even like communists on Twitter and like the Hammer and Sickle Twitter will, you know, be like, wow, this guy is not funding a Maoist revolution in the Philippines and instead is like throwing it back for People's Magazine. Classic. So you are capping? You'd love to be on the cover of Forbes, little bro? Yeah. It's funny you say that because like I literally just, never mind, I don't want to get into it, but I say no to media hits like regularly. But that's besides the point. All right. Did you finish MV? I did. All right. Moving on. Yes, Washington Post remains gross. I know. We are going to talk about that as well. I heard you're racist towards white people. I'm white. How is that even possible? How much whiter can I get? We got it, bro. I heard you the first time, dog. You don't have to repeat it, Dragonborn Nay Slayer. I heard you're racist to white people. The extent of how much I'm racist to white people is just like how much I hate myself, I guess. Anyway, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be fucking awesome. We'll talk about that too. But anyway, I had a phone call that I took this morning. I won't get into too many details about that, but yeah, I'm live. I'm alive, and that's it. That's like my own personal news. There's not much going on other than that. There's never really anything going on in my life other than just like constantly fucking reading. I started watching season 2 of Invincible as well. I heard you are the most racist man in the 20th century. That is true. I would have been in the early, like the entirety of the 1900s. Like I was the most racist man. All right. Let's get started. Rashida Tlaib censured. Election results analysis with some updates from Gaza. Zelensky getting the Buttigieg treatment? What do you mean? Oh no. UN chief says Israel operation clearly wrong. Also W-Riz Ohio election. Yeah, we're going to talk about W-Riz Ohio Giat election. Oh my God. Swag like Ohio. Ohio Giat. W-Riz. Ohio protecting abortion rights and voting for marijuana legalization, a good sign for a swing state being more liberal. We'll do that. We'll do. Please don't say that word, man. I'm begging. I mean, I'm saying it as a fucking joke. I've never used that at all. You're 32, man. Debate night later. Get in now. Could you promote the eSIM support that I posted in Hoscord as pinned? Sure. Okay. Netanyahu's psychiatrist killed himself? Wait, really? That's suspicious. That was, isn't that old? Like, that's an old story. That was before this conflict? Yeah, that was in 2010. Makes sense. Fact check by the Real Patriots. All right, there it is. This is what we're doing today. Okay, I'm gonna get right into it. I'm gonna have Ettingermentum on in a little bit, actually at 12, to talk about the Ohio W-Riz and what's going on in the world of electoral politics in the United States of America. But before we get into that, of course, obviously, there's a lot to cover as far as what's going on the ground in Gaza. Okay? The bombing campaigns are continuing relentlessly. And, of course, what has America done? What has the United States of America done? You know, the leader of the free world, supposedly. The country that is quite literally responsible, like most responsible for the bloodshed, as the United Nations calls Gaza a graveyard of children. What has the United States done? Of course, the most expected, most maximalist racist position. The United States government turned around, looked at 10,000 people that have been killed by Israel in the last 30 days with our weapons, saw that 4,000 of them were kids. 73%, more than 73% are women, children, and the elderly of those who are killed. The United Nations is calling Gaza a graveyard of children. What did we do? What do we do in all of that? What do we do in all of that? Oh, that's right. We find extra money that we are sending with secrecy in a very unceremonious fashion. We found extra money for weapons that we are sending to Israel so they can, more expeditiously murder children. And also on top of that, we censured the only Palestinian congresswoman. That's great. That's great. It's fucking fantastic. Thank you so much, the United States of America, for always being the absolute worst possible country that we could be. Like, the absolute worst. We might as well just pass the fucking Zinke legislation, too. Fuck it. Just, bar all Palestinians from coming into America or some shit. Because we're disgusting freaks. We are disgusting, morally depraved freaks. And I don't even mean, John Fetterman's goon cave, okay? This is just a simple manifestation of that perverse behavior, okay? My man literally is just like, you don't understand, dog. You don't understand. I ride or die for this. Like what purpose does this serve? I saw a lot of people being like, Hasan, I can't believe in your 45-minute coverage over the protest, over the posters being ripped, and how you said that the purpose that these posters serve in America is to continue legitimizing Israel's bombing campaign, and not necessarily because like these people are going to be found in America, obviously, or to be a reminder, okay, because our involvement in this conflict is very different than Israel's own involvement in the bombing campaign. They serve a very different purpose in Israel than they do here in the United States of America. Obviously, these people should return, except the Israeli government is not necessarily making the necessary steps to return these people. Okay? And John Fetterman is just like, no, you don't understand. Like, I'm doing this because, like, you know, I did have a head transplant. Like, I did have a head transplant. You don't fucking understand. True now says the dick riding is crazy. Anyway. So, yeah, no, I have the playlist. Oh, I guess I don't. I have this playlist from yesterday. House votes to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib over controversial remarks about Israel and Palestine. It's fucking disgusting. Anyway, that's what I was going to talk about. Yes, that's what I was going to talk about, which is that 234 people voted to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib over her remarks and actions in response to the Israel-Hamas war. Several Democrats voted and Republicans in support of the measure. 22 Democrats in general voted in support of the measure alongside Republicans. Some voted present. Okay? Very cool stuff is happening in the United States of America. Just like an incredible, incredible moment. Now, censures have happened in the history of the U.S. Congress. I believe one of the oldest censures, the second censuring process that ever occurred in the Congress was when a Whig Party member had brought forward a motion for the abolition of slavery. So just really continuing the historic precedent of like using censuring in the absolute worst positions possible, just like as a matter of historical record, just putting our names down to be like, we're the fucking worst, dog. We are literally the worst. Now, what censuring is, for those of you who don't know, is a formal statement of disapproval in the form of a resolution that is adopted by majority vote. This term censure is not found in the Constitution, and the word does not even have to appear in the resolution itself. But for those of you who do not know what that means, we can get into it a little bit further. It's basically for everyone to just be on the record of being a piece of shit, pretty much. Congress is not the only one that censures people. In October, Franklin Alderman Matt Brown asked for a vote to censure former alderman and then mayoral candidate Gabrielle Hansen at the next board meeting. Censuring is just basically a punishment. Viewed as a last resort, punishment of last resort. It admonishes someone for something that is perceived as a serious wrongdoing and informs the public of formal disapproval of the wrongdoing. Many organizations use censures on people, usually in leadership roles, but we mainly hear about lawmakers facing a censure. What does it mean, however? Well, censuring of lawmakers comes just one step below expulsion and is usually triggered only for the most grievous wrongdoings. The most grievous wrongdoings, like when, in a valid censuring, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia was up for censure over her past statements in support of fringe conspiracy theories like Jewish space lasers are fucking responsible for the wildfires in California. Okay? Gozar was censured for the shit he pulled against AOC. It has happened, yes. U.S. politicians got censured for being against slavery in the 1800s. Yes, I mentioned that already. So, just real cool stuff overall. Wonderful, cool. Love that. Real great. It's basically just to be on just to put it on as a matter of record, just to be like, we are awful dog shit sons of bitches who absolutely suck. Yeah. Where were we? Let's get into the process. I'll talk about the history of it in a second.
Many Americans and led to public protests supporting one side or the other. Now, those emotions overflowed last night in the House of Representatives as it voted to censure the only member of Congress with Palestinian roots. Michigan Representative Rashida Tlaib has repeatedly denounced Israel's military response to the deadly attack by Hamas a month ago. Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill with more on that part of the story. Nicole, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you, Gail. This censure is more of a symbolic move, but it comes at a time when this conflict is forcing many people and lawmakers to take sides.
I will not be silenced, and I will not let you distort my words.
Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib fought back tears as she was censured Tuesday night for her stance on the Israel-Hamas war.
I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable.
Like, they literally censured her for, one, saying correctly that October 7th is a direct consequence of Israel's maintenance of an apartheid state, which, of course, is incredibly violent in and of itself and caused an incredibly violent retaliation. The inverse of that, of course, is to say, no, Palestinians are rabid, barbarian, brutal monsters. And that's the reason why October 7 happened, because they want to kill all the Jews, not just in Israel, but also all the Jews around the world. How dare you say that, like, Palestinians are human beings who don't deserve collective punishment for the actions of a militant group that is engaging in a violent emancipatory effort, okay? That's completely unacceptable. To cast any kind of motivation to the actions of those who we have declared as enemy combatants is completely unacceptable. Even if it is not a justification, which she would never give, okay, but simply an explanation to find a solution, an actual adequate solution to the problem, because everything that we've done thus far has been an abject failure. Everything that Israel has done thus far has been an abject failure. Clearly, if it worked, then October 7 would have never fucking happened. Mass surveillance, a blockade, and endless bombing campaigns in the Gaza Strip as the apartheid continued and people were brutalized in the West Bank. If this was a successful mechanism to ensure permanent security for Israel, then it would have fucking secured permanent security for Israel. Okay?
We are human beings, just like anyone else.
Tlaib is the only Palestinian American in Congress and one of 2 Muslim women in the House.
Mr. President, the American people are not with you on this one.
She had increasingly come under fire since the October 7th attack and was accused of promoting false narratives and anti-Semitic rhetoric. In a recent social media post, she invoked the phrase "from the river to the sea," which critics say is a veiled reference to the eradication of Israel.
The river.
Yeah, secretly. Yeah, everyone is like secretly, but also very publicly saying this. And it's not just like a very cynical, manipulative way to basically reinforce the narrative that like Palestinian liberation can only happen if all Jewish people in Israel are genocided. That is a reframing of a narrative that is not historically accurate, okay? It's also pure projection. It's pure projection, especially considering that Likud's forming charter also specifically stated from the river to the sea, this entire land will belong to Israel. I believe even had some mentions of Jordan as well. But regardless, there's only one party that is genuinely working to destroy all matter, all semblance of Palestinian life and culture in this area, and the other party is usually just a victim to that, with some militancy in between, historically speaking. Okay?
Is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. This is a call for the complete destruction of Israel.
While Tlaib called it an aspirational call for freedom, it drew
like what? This is so frustrating because it happens with every slogan. Every slogan is never met with, oh, who are the people saying this slogan? Let's listen to what they have to say. And instead, every slogan is met with, what are the people on the other side saying about this slogan? Let's hear them out. And let's only take them seriously. It's fucking insane. Okay? A slogan is nothing. It's just a slogan. It is a call to action. Only liberals, which, by the way, unfortunately, every single liberal, every person in this country is a goddamn liberal, both on the Republican side and the Democratic side. That's the broadest majority of people. Okay? That's all they care about is the aesthetics of a slogan. That's it. Or what a slogan makes them feel. It's so selfish. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous to have this back and forth over and over again. To be like, oh, optically speaking, this is not the best. Optically speaking, it's not the best. I hate it. I despise it. But yes, as I've said before, Black Lives Matter doesn't mean only black people matter and white people don't matter. No matter how hard, first liberals under the Barack Obama administration, white liberals, white moderates, and then the Trump administration kept saying that Black Lives Matter meant only Black Lives Matter and white lives don't matter. It's ridiculous. Everybody understands what BLM means. It's just a fucking slogan. The reason why I use it is because once Trump actually came out against Black Lives Matter, what happened? All of a sudden, liberals got on board with BLM. They co-opted it. They commodified it. That's a subject for a different day. Okay? But ultimately, that doesn't change what the actual meaning behind the words are and whether or not an emancipatory call for Palestinians is just or not. Okay?
condemnation from both sides of the aisle, with 22 Democrats joining to support the GOP-led resolution to punish Tlaib.
My criticism has always been of the Israeli government and Netanyahu's actions. It is important to separate people and governments.
Tlaib did not have to stand in the well of the House, which sometimes occurs when a member is reprimanded. She becomes only the 26th member of Congress to ever be censured, which is one step short of expulsion, Tony.
Nicole, notable for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. Gasoline on fire. Jewish Democrats side with Republicans on the Tlaib censure.
I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable. The cry.
I want to also look at all of the other people who weren't censured for their sentiments, just to help you develop a better understanding of like what kind of language and what kind of rhetoric is considered permissible by the United States Congress, whether they are senators or members of the House of Representatives. It does not matter. Let me pull them up, actually. You know what? I'm going to try to pull them up as quickly as possible. Hold on. Number one, Max Miller. GOP Congressman Max Miller said, Gaza should be a parking lot. Let's pull that real quick.
Tlaib has I don't even want to call it the Palestinian flag because they're not a state. They're a territory that's about to probably get eviscerated and go away here shortly, as we're going to turn that into a parking lot. Rashida Tlaib.
That did not get a censure, noticeably absent. GOP Congressman Brian Mast said every Palestinian civilian is a Nazi and should be treated as such. And Brian Mast said this on the floor of the Senate, or on the floor of the Congress, of the House of Representatives. He said every single Palestinian is a Nazi. Let's take a look at that.
As a whole, I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians.
Comparing Palestinian children that at this point had died by the thousands to Nazis.
During World War II.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. In the immediate aftermath, or in the beginning of the violence that Palestinians were subjected to, as Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was calling them human animals and considering this to be a siege, and saying we're going to shut off their electricity and we're going to shut off their electricity and we're going to shut off their
absolutely
their food and power, which are all, of course, acts of collective punishment and war crimes. What was U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham saying? Oh, that's right. He was saying we are in a religious war. Let's take a look.
Just absolutely appalling, disgusting to the Secretary General of the United Nations, who I consider a friend. You said today we had to understand this conflict in a greater context. My friend, Hamas doesn't want us to two-state solution. They want to kill the Jews just like the Nazis did. I am tired of appeasing Hamas, apologizing for them. This is not a land problem, a boundary problem. It's a problem of you cannot live in my world. My God determines that you die. Iran and Hamas believes that the Jewish people should die as a result of religious teachings. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
Level the place. Interesting. Did not get a censure for that either. So just for people to understand, Nikki Haley said some things as well. What was Nikki Haley's statement? Let me see if I can find that really quickly. What was Nikki Haley's statement on Israel? Did senators talk like this post 9/11? Yes, of course. Of course they did. Of course they did. So, yeah, I already covered Max Miller. So just so you understand, Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat, in a closed-door meeting, literally said, all Muslims are responsible for October 7th. Like within earshot of Muslim congresspersons. They were talking about holding a vigil for all of the victims and even including Muslim clerics, like imams, in this multicultural diverse vigil, to which Representative Josh Gottheimer openly replied with, while he was talking to his buddy in the back of the room in a closed-door meeting, they're all responsible. All Muslims are responsible. They feel guilty for October 7th. So that kind of sentiment, I love this. All Muslims are responsible, though. Thanks, man. That's a good take, brother. Thank you. There's another Hamas terrorist recording about using ambulances this time. Brother, that is ridiculous. Anyone that looks at those fucking interviews as anything but an attempt to humiliate leadership of Hamas, which is like the open express purpose of it, and anyone that looks at like the literal interviews under duress, which are not permissible in any court system around the fucking planet, is a fool and a ridiculous person, an unserious person. They do that all the time. I know it's a recording, you fucking idiot. It is literally an interrogation. I know. That is a fun way to get back to somehow blaming you for everything, though. Maybe. Also, you should be blaming the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. You can avoid the ads altogether and no longer see them. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'll put this over here, the glossary. Translating hate. Stopping anti-Semitism understands starts with understanding it. Anyway, any chance you get Rashida Tlaib on the broadcast? Probably not. But, I mean, I would love to have her on the broadcast. Let's hear what Karine Jean-Pierre had to say in the joint press briefing with John Kirby, where I believe John Kirby also reiterated, NSC, reiterated their position that there are not really any real red lines when it comes to Israel. But that's besides the point. We'll get to that later. Let's hear what she had to say.
Continue to make that clear to them.
And then last night in a bipartisan vote, the House censured Congressman Rashida Tlaib. Does the president believe that was appropriate, that her comments justified that action?
So I'm not going to speak to the actions that Congress takes. We've been very clear in any other resolutions that include a censure. We've been very clear whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. That is for certainly Congress to take action on, and that is their prerogative. We've been clear. You've heard from members of and.
What do you mean you'll miss me? What the fuck does that mean?
Whether it is the Admiral or whether it is John Feiner who spoke to this, that when it comes to the phrase that was used from river to the sea, it is divisive, it is hurtful.
Oh, wow. At least she didn't hit it's anti-Semitic, or maybe she's getting to it, you know?
To many find it hurtful. And also, many find it anti-Semitic. And so, obviously, we categorically...
Well, shit, dude. If many find it anti-Semitic, okay, never mind, dude. Well, people find Free Palestine to be anti-Semitic, too. So I guess we can't say that either. No, you can't say anything. You just... ridiculous. How dare you? How dare you speak for the emancipation of Palestinians when obviously offering any kind of semblance of real liberal democracy and self-assurance and autonomy to the Palestinians would spell trouble for Israel. It would doom them, and not just like doom Israeli civilians or Israeli citizens, by the way, doom the demographic destiny of Israel, the demographic aspirations that Israel has to maintain its apartheid regime, or rather an ethno-state. You know? It's great. The difference in this circumstance is that when people go, what about white lives against Black Lives Matter? Everybody understands that is a laughable notion, because white identitarianism is broadly, because we are a majority white nation and white people have been in power in perpetuity. It's a white supremacist country in general. Everybody understands that it's a laughable concept. But when you say, this is anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism is real. Okay, it's a real problem. So liberals' brains break a little bit, where they cannot comprehend that this could be cynically deployed against any and every kind of pro-Palestinian movement or pro-Palestinian sentiment. Problem is, anti-Semitism is a real issue. It's real. In my opinion, it's fucking gross to turn around and weaponize a real issue that Jewish people face universally, to cynically use it in defense of a ethno-state. It is anti-Semitic to assume that all Jews unconditionally and universally love Israel, as we read in the HASBARA propaganda, talking point manual that we were reading yesterday. True. It's so gross, dude. Israel is already bombing Gaza with impunity. It's just decadence for them to be like, we don't even want you guys to have a slogan as you toothlessly protest us. Yes, it is ridiculous that Palestinians in Gaza have nothing. They're being killed. They just have to stand in the way and get fucking destroyed by Israel, okay? As like every day there's another like Israeli brigade, like an IDF brigade that's like, hell yeah, we captured our ancient beaches. Or there's like another defense minister or like some fucking Knesset member who's like, I cannot wait to settle the entirety of North Gaza. I can't wait to fucking turn it into a parking lot. All this shit. We have to sit there and act like all of this is actually a national security concern, like a real national security concern. This time around, I promise, bro. I promise. This time around, it's real. We're actually gonna deal with Hamas. We're gonna end it, bro. We're gonna fucking bomb Hamas out of existence. This time it's gonna work. Here, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, you can't even say free Palestine. You can't say any iteration of that. Even that is not permissible. Okay? Don't say anything, God forbid. I mean, don't even talk about the bombing campaign being unjustifiable. Don't talk about a ceasefire. That's anti-Semitic. Don't say free Palestine. That's anti-Semitic. Don't say anything. Nothing is allowed. Yeah, here is Yishai Fleisher. This tweet was deleted, but I don't think for a second that this isn't what Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and their ilk believe. They'll discuss the plans to settle Gaza behind closed doors. Netanyahu is completely dependent on them. Anyway, really cool stuff. Oh, God, I fucking despise this. Anyway, we're going to move away from this for a brief moment as we talk about elections and election results. In the United States of America, as I have for a limited window, I have Ettingermentum here. I'm going to call him right now, and we'll be talking to him about this. Hello?
Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, I'm on. Sorry, I just need to unmute it. I had the stream going on in the background. Yeah, what, so,
What's
yeah. Well, I have all the election results pulled up here.
You want to share your screen or something, or I can just like
just go to the New York Times page. But since you were just talking about Israel, I think we could go to like the article like I wrote about which one was it? George Bush first. I think that would be kind of like a more like smooth thing. I think you had that like pulled up in the corner the other day. But that's
we can start out with that. Hold on. Let me pull up the elections page. Where the fuck is it? Live election results, top races to watch from last night. We'll be talking about that. But before we do that, I guess we should talk about America's responsibility and America's involvement. That's a better way to segue that into your piece, I think. What do I mean by this? Well, a lot of people claim that the United States of America is simply a small bean in this small bean conflict. Israel's a small bean state, obviously. Look how tiny they are. They're just defending themselves by preemptively fucking launching the most unimaginable amount of death and destruction to civilian populations over and over again throughout its history. But also on top of that, America is simply just, there's a lot of reporting that's being done right now showing that the United States is at odds with the war crimes that Israel is committing with our weapons, right? With our missiles. They keep saying like, oh, well, I know John Kirby and even Blinken at a certain point said there's not allowed to sorry, Kaya just got up. I don't know how. I thought I actually had her locked into her bed. Okay. Sorry. I lost my train of thought. Okay. Israel is there's no red lines for Israel. There's nothing we can do. We can't stop them from doing anything. They're just going to keep doing what they want to do while also simultaneously trying to wash their hands clean of the atrocities a little bit. You had the lieutenant general who said everything that Israel does on the ground in Gaza is completely out of our hands. We wash our hands of this. You had Blinken warn, or at least like throw out feelers in the media that the United States is telling Israel to use smaller bombs. Even the concept of a humanitarian pause rather than a fucking full-blown ceasefire is not just a semantics difference. It's a way to try to get everyone's attention away from Israel's atrocities and war crimes and acts of collective punishment that is mercilessly happening in Gaza right now, so that things can cool down a little bit as they can continue maintaining their apartheid structure. However, there's a different time from a while back, as you wrote about on your Substack, the president who stood up to Israel and won, George W. Bush, AIPAC, and the proven folly of unconditional aid. So,
this was like a really fascinating story to research and write about, because you never see this happening now. But basically, in 1991. Well, in 1989, when Bush became elected, his whole vision was he was going to create the new world order. He was going to turn the entire world woke with a completely U.S. dominant world. And part of that scheme involved, for U.S. dominance, included being dominant over Israel. So Bush, uniquely out of, I think, every president we've had in the last 50 years, actually turned the screws on Israel, and it wasn't very difficult. He just he conditioned some aid that was coming in there on stuff that he wanted them to do. Yes, this is George Bush, like H.W. Bush, the guy who killed JFK. Yeah, senior, the guy who killed JFK, the guy who who did Iran-Contra, killed a bunch of nuns in Central America, like Desert Storm. That guy. And he was the guy who stood up to Israel in this huge way that nobody really has before. And it had massive consequences. Israel not only listened to him, but their politics there completely changed overnight, where they suddenly realized, oh shit, we have to, we can't do whatever we want. We have to elect guys who are not going to be fucking up our relationship with the U.S. And we have not done that ever since, and this kind of goes over what he did and why we haven't done it ever since then, and the consequences of us not doing that since then. So, I think you can play the clip that I have linked there. It's pretty fun. It shows what the environment was like.
So before we even get to that, one thing that we should be talking about here is, you said aid. The nature of this aid, in my opinion, is pretty significant. So what this aid was, if I'm not mistaken, is the $10 billion of loans, right?
Yeah.
That Israel was slated to get, specifically for the purpose of building settlements.
No, it was for housing for refugees who were immigrating from the Soviet Union. What Bush was saying was, guys can have this money to pay for this, because Israel needed this money. $10 billion was a seventh of their entire GDP. And they just couldn't, their economy was pretty weak at the time. They could not absorb these people without aid. And what Bush said, first it was, we'll give you this money, but you can't spend the money on settlements in the West Bank. Yeah. When you give these people their houses, it has to be in Israel proper. And then he and his Secretary of State, James Baker, who is a total killer, said, you have to stop settlements, you have to freeze them entirely if you want the money. And you have to go to this peace conference and meet with Palestinians for the first time ever. And Israel had to do what they said because they needed the money. They had nowhere else to go. And so Bush just stood up for himself. He beat AIPAC and he kind of humiliated them, changed their politics. It's basically why their government fell apart. It got Yitzhak Rabin elected. It led to the Oslo Accords. And then Bill Clinton beats him, and then he totally follows the AIPAC line. There's these infamous quotes where AIPAC is talking about like how they have influence. They're like they have so much influence over Clinton. They know all of his friends. They're selecting his administration, and he really like right. Yeah, this is a really fun bit. Oh.
Yeah. No. Here it is. I found it.
Yeah.
Throw the bums out.
Here, we'll show this.
Yeah.
I have shown this before on the
That's a loose translation of the Hebrew posters in this Jerusalem rally, but the bums these Jewish settlers refer to are not Israeli politicians, but President Bush and James Baker. Settlers are conservative by most political standards, but if they could vote in the American elections,
they were so
Bill Clinton would carry the West Bank in a landslide.
They said he would carry the West Bank in a landslide. Well, good thing there's like, at least in 2015, there was like 60,000 votes in the West Bank. If you think about it, that could like literally legally vote. So,
yeah.
There's a lot of Americans there now.
Yeah, all of their like the
and
Palestinian, who the insane lunatic who wanted to like enslave all the Arabs. He was from Brooklyn. Baruch Goldstein, who killed all these people in a mosque, also from Brooklyn. That's not to say that like Israeli fascism is an imported like thing, that they're all like small beans there or whatever. But like there is like a lot of these people aren't even really actually like from the country. They're LARPers.
Yeah. I believe Noah called it like the zealotry of a convert.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, some of the most rabid, absolutely psychopathic monsters that were too extreme at the time for even Israeli politics, who have now been able to like actually create a solid constituency and have taken advantage of like Netanyahu's precarious, horrible position to genuinely get their points across. All of those guys are a lot of those guys are American backed.
Yeah, are their Arab descendant. A lot of those guys have parents who were from like Iraq named Abdullah, and they're like, it's like it's kind of funny because like everybody says, oh, it's all these like it is true that like white Europeans are a lot of the Israelis, but those are the relatively more progressive ones. The brown Israelis are actually the ones who are really crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you think about it because like the entire point is like, well, one, there was a lot of like integration that I think completely disrupted the psyche of a lot of the Arab Jews. So that's number one. Because there was
they were so racist to them. They said they couldn't understand democracy.
Yeah. Like teaching them how to eat, like assuming that they only eat with their hands, things of that nature, like even small things like that, all the way to what you're describing. So that integration was like, that integration paired up with like a constant need to like prove your loyalty, that you were, especially because like Zionism is, or maybe not in the beginning, but like Zionism became an anti-Arab project. Like it hinges on being anti-Arab. That's precisely the reason why in Israel, the way that it is described in its own demographic data is that you're either Jew or you're Arab, and all of the Jewish Israeli citizens who are of Arab descent are considered Jewish. All of the Palestinians who are Muslim and Christian are considered Arab. So
yeah. So it's when people say it's a religious conflict, it's completely ridiculous. There are Jewish Palestinians who get treated terribly. They were like, and I'm saying this as a Jewish person myself, so nobody can cancel me.
Yeah. Yeah, someone in the chat was saying, I don't like the way this guy's talking about the situation.
No, they're my people. I can say whatever I want.
Yeah. Well, you'll get hit with the at this point, you'll get hit with the self-hating Jew title quickly.
Nobody hates Jews more than Zionists. But that's another story.
Yeah. All right. So let's finish this because on the other side, hold on, let me watch this video.
And Palestinian leaders, supporters of that radical national liberation movement called the PLO, confess that these days their hearts are true blue Republican.
Mr. Bush knows the area, knows the parties, and probably will do more to get this conflict resolved quicker than Mr. Clinton or Perot.
Oh yeah, he knows the Palestinians real well. That's what, when you're CIA, I mean, you kind of have to, I think.
Yeah. So yeah. So like in the article, like basically Reagan was obviously very supportive of Israel, like during his 8 years in office. They were actually like Sims for Netanyahu a little bit. They like Reagan made all of his national security advisors read some book that Netanyahu wrote. This was when he was like a not very well known guy. But when Bush comes in, he's like, we're going to solve peace in the Middle East. We're going to get oil forever. We're going to like create the new world order. And they realize immediately, like, okay, so we have to stop the instability in the Middle East. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there was a Wojciech Arafat. Somebody mentioned that. But Bush and Baker realized pretty quickly the problem here is that Israel is like refusing to talk with the Arabs. They're expanding settlements constantly. They're antagonizing people. They don't have any interest in peace. Like, so at the bare minimum, they have to stop the settlements here. And like, if you scroll down a little bit, there's like a funny like kind of story where they get like this mixed up when they're first meeting with the prime minister there, Yitzhak Shamir, who actually was a member of a terrorist organization in the 1940s who tried to collaborate with the Nazis. He was the prime minister by then. Yeah, Lehi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the same organization that like old ass guy that the IDF put out there.
The oldest 95-year-old reservist that like somehow is just standing with the power of pure evil.
He got milkshake dog.
Lehi, I don't know how you say it. I always fuck it up. Or Stern Gang.
Yeah, you guys need to read that. Like Abraham Stern, like Yishai, those people are fucking crazy. It's so funny. And that guy, like the old reservist they like interviewed him in a car, and he was like, "Kill all Arabs. If you have an Arab neighbor, shoot him." The prophecies have foretold this, so they don't bring that guy out anymore. But basically, so what happens here is that Bush and Baker meet Shamir in the White House, and they're like, "Bro, you got to stop the settlements. This shit is making stuff really hard." And Shamir said, "That shouldn't be a problem." And they thought, "Oh, he just gave up. We won." But Shamir was saying that they shouldn't have a problem with the shit that he's doing. He's saying that like the U.S. shouldn't even question him, which is insane for you to do as basically a client state. And then he announces more settlements, and Bush gets pissed the fuck off, and he never forgives him. He's like, "I'm gonna get this guy like gone."
Yeah, it's also ridiculous because you're getting $10 billion.
Yeah,
to prop up your economy because like you have nothing without that.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the Soviet Union hadn't fallen at that point, so they didn't need that much money now. But they still asked for $4 billion in aid. Like, it's not like they didn't need a lot of stuff. So Bush is pissed. He sends Baker to AIPAC, and he's like, "You guys need to fucking calm down. There's no greater Israel. That's not happening. You have to stop settlements. You have to reach out to the Palestinians." This is James Baker. This is like the guy who stole the election in 2000. And so Netanyahu, who's the assistant foreign minister at this point, he gets pissed off. He starts crying, and he's like, "Why the U.S. is listening to lies? They're so stupid. We hate them." And Baker bans Netanyahu from the State Department. And then he nearly gets banned from the White House because they all hate him. They think Netanyahu's this annoying asshole who just is thinks that he's entitled to whatever the U.S. does. Robert Gates is another guy who's like the CIA director. He was Secretary of Defense under Bush. Like these are not like left-wing guys. These are guys who are just being realists.
Yeah.
And they're like just trying to do what's in like what they see as the interest of capital in the United States. And they're like, these people are fucking everything up. They need to calm down, like get real.
Yeah, no, it was since the 90s and onwards, especially now, Israel's like endless blood and soil politics against Palestinians is constituting like a genuine national security concern. Because even the Abraham Accords, when you think about it, the pivotal achievement of the Trump administration, led by the brilliant Jared Kushner, the best boy, this completely writes off Palestinians. But while our other client states in the region will be compliant and have already been engaging with Israel behind closed doors, maybe not like openly and normalize relations on paper, the population is looking at Israel's treatment of Palestinians and openly recognizing it for what it is. So the arrogance of the maintenance of that apartheid regime and the continued violence is genuinely constituting, in my opinion, a national security threat, even from the perspective of like right-wing politics, even from the perspective of like
from the perspective of Israel. Like the Shin Bet head said that like he said this summer that the settlements and like the violence there was screwing up their military because they had to have their entire army in the West Bank to protect these lunatic settlers. And this is the head of their FBI basically, and the right wingers there called him woke. That was what they said.
Yeah.
They said the deep state has infiltrated Shin Bet. And so we don't have to listen to him. And then this happens, and they're like, "Oh my God, how could this have happened? They must. This is a totally unexpected thing. We need $14 billion because we don't have enough like equipment." It's so like just, it's farcical. These people cannot govern.
Yeah, there's like they keep melting the Merkava tanks that we put zero infantry around with like bathtub rockets that they made with like used parts inside of Gaza.
Flipping. They're doing Halo shit. They got Master Chief in the Al-Qassam brigade.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to cover on that? Because like this in my opinion is like showcasing yet another. It's yet another moment in time where it's like a snapshot of like America's obvious level of control and influence over Israel, even though dumbass Nazis always try to be like, "Oh, Israel controls America." It's like, no, you fucking idiot. No, not even remotely. Like this is just
we can stand up to them. Biden could stand up there and do exactly what Bush did, and things would change in an instant.
Yeah,
it would change instantly. So basically, what happens here is that Bush doing this, he actually gets a lot of criticism. So what happens is that he tries to condition the $10 billion in aid on settlements. And what AIPAC tries to do, they're like, we don't like Bush, fuck Bush, we don't even need to like listen to him. We're just going to go to Congress and we're going to pass it, and he's going to have to listen to us. They literally said like it would go through Congress like a hot knife through butter. And they have their guys in the press saying Bush is anti-Semitic, he hates Israel, he cares more about the settlements than the Arab countries. And Bush is like, fuck this, and he schedules this impromptu press conference where he totally like dismantles these guys. He accuses AIPAC of like trying to interfere with U.S. national security. He compares them to people who opposed the Gulf War. He says that he cares more about peace than Israel does. His Secretary of State at this point gets incorrectly quoted as saying, "Fuck the Jews, they don't vote for us." He actually said, "Fuck AIPAC." So he totally just like
incorrectly quoted.
Yeah.
Wait, by the way, I don't know if you got to this part of the history, but like they did this literally to the Clintons as well.
Yeah.
And Bill Clinton was like, much more favorable to the Israeli position.
Yeah,
than
he never did
Bush
anything like this.
Yes, and even then they said it about Hillary Clinton, I think.
Yeah, because they just like they don't want any their own phrase here is zero daylight. There can't be any difference between U.S. policy and Israeli policy, which is insane. No other country even thinks of asking for that. But like Bush does like an incredibly good job here. He calls himself a lonely little guy. He says they have 1,000 lobbyists trying to take over Congress. And 86% of Americans end up agreeing with Bush. So AIPAC has to give up. Yitzhak Shamir has to go to the peace conference, and his Shamir's government collapses over this. And Israel elects Yitzhak Rabin, who is not a peacenik. He was a lunatic general. He was had a terrible reputation of war crimes, but he wasn't attached to the settlements like Shamir was. So so Bush and Shamir are Bush and Rabin are
he's known as the bone crusher. That's important. I always bring that up. In the first Intifada, his reaction was to deliberately get the police and the military to break the bones of children as young as 5 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
this is literally the most peaceful Israeli. Not even exaggerating. Actually, the most peaceful Israeli.
Yeah, literally. Well, yeah. So peaceful. They fucking They murked him.
Yeah, they did. Netanyahu got him killed. But Rabin and Bush are we're going to solve this shit. We don't care about the settlements. We're going to create a two-state solution. But Bush flops. There's a recession. He gets owned in the election. He only gets 30% of the vote. He gets destroyed. And then Clinton comes in and he's like, we love Israel now. And then the peace process collapses.
For the record, Clinton also hated, as far as I understand, I can't find this exact quote. I was looking for it for you specifically.
He hated Netanyahu.
He also hated Netanyahu. Members of his cabinet had literally said Benjamin Netanyahu is a liar, and everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. He is a overall like really awful person to be around. He's very arrogant, very smug. I think something along those lines.
He also, after he met him for the first time, he like said, like in his aspiration to his aides, who's the fucking superpower here? Because Netanyahu was just so arrogant. But Netanyahu never gets elected in 1995, 1996. If Clinton shows any backbone, somebody like Netanyahu never wins if he thinks that if Israelis think that the U.S. is ever going to stand up to them. It's because of the posture here of the U.S. where we let them get away with anything and everything that they've been able to go so far to the right, because their voters logically think, well, what's the point of voting for people who want peace if the U.S. is going to let us get whatever we want? Yeah. So from that perspective, voting for Netanyahu makes a lot of sense, because he's just operating in the circumstances that we give them.
Yep.
Yeah, and like they went hard against Bush here. They said he was eroding the taboo against overt anti-Semitism. This is over loans. This was over him saying, we'll give you $10 billion in loans if you just change your policy. And they called that anti-Semitic. So you shouldn't listen to any of the shit these guys give you. They'll do it to George Herbert Walker Bush. They'll do it to anyone over anything. It's completely dishonest.
Yeah. No, it's a cynical deployment of anti-Semitism in an effort to justify like increasingly more violent Israeli state policy. Always. They did it to every single person. I guess like they haven't done it to Joe Biden, who is, I would say Joe Biden is personally invested in the Zionist project more than like any of these other guys ever were. Like I think back in the day, all the way from Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, like maybe even fucking Bill Clinton personally. I think that's like the change that happened. But at the time, Joe Biden was already like a hardliner Zionist, right? Even back then, when these guys were in power, Joe Biden was openly saying things like, if we did not have a Jewish state in Israel, like in that region, we would have built one ourselves.
Yeah, he's a crazy simp.
Yeah, he's a big time simp. And what else was I gonna say? There's another thing I wanted to bring up. I mean, like Reagan was mostly just motivated by whoever the fuck was in his cabinet. Like in a lot of these instances, like at early stages,
he had Alzheimer's.
Yeah, like in the earlier stages, like these guys don't have like a genuine personal investment. Like even with Carter, he is like, yeah, sure, he's like Christian, so there's like a little bit of that, but overall, I think it's like mostly people that are making decisions for him, and he's just kind of going along with it. And in the beginning, like he has no fucking concept of what's going on in Israel at all. So, this is
something I'm planning on writing about. But Biden's team has been so like just lazy with foreign policies, not even like a specific ideology. They've just kept up with so many Trump policies.
Yeah.
Like that's, I think one of his biggest legacies will be how he set Trump's legacy in stone, where he took these batshit ideas from Trump and he made them basically consensus bipartisan policy. It's the case with the Iran deal. It's the case with the Abraham Accords. They just didn't have any will to move on from what he did.
That's one aspect that I will push back on. I think, and I have no like real reason to believe this, beyond the fact that the prisoner swap happened with the $6 billion with Korea.
Yeah.
Like the South Korean $6 billion that was supposed to go to Iran being unfrozen. I do think the only exception for Biden foreign policy, I agree with you, even the Afghan pullout was a continuation of Trump's policies. Obviously, like the way that we're dealing with Israel and continuing along with the Abraham Accords, that is a continuation. But I do think that quietly and also, before October 7th, publicly, the Brandon administration was, in my opinion, trying to start the normalization process with Iran.
Yeah, well, they have a good guy in charge of that. Robert Malley is actually pretty like decent, especially in terms of U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah,
but they've kind of like left him out to dry. They haven't really supported him as much as they could have.
Yeah, but I think that like we're now operating with our understanding of like give Israel all the money and all the weapons to kill as many Palestinians as possible.
Yeah,
Post
the
October
bear hug
7th.
strategy.
But before then, it did seem to me like they were trying to desperately counter China's attempts at building a presence in the region. Very successful attempts, mind you, because like right now there's videos coming out every day from fucking like Houthi guys in Yemen stepping on the Israeli and American flag and like and making like sing-along videos about how they're sending fucking drones into Israel, right?
Yeah, they
And
said
sending,
they sent troops into Gaza. Like, I don't know how the hell they'd even do that.
yeah. They said they wanted to walk through Saudi Arabia and march into Israel, but Saudi Arabia did not allow them. And that they welcome the international community to complain and criticize them, but like, they will forcibly instill democracy there. Now, the reason why I mention that is because Yemen, until not long ago, was under full-blown blockade. Like, it was a man-made genocide that the Saudi regime, with America's backing, utilizing literally Al-Qaeda operatives, as a matter of fact, armed with U.S. weapons in Yemen, were bombing the shit out of densely populated areas in Yemen, and also creating genocidal conditions. How the fuck did they all of a sudden move from withstanding a genocide to being able to send rockets into fucking space that end up, getting intercepted by the Israeli Arrow defense? How did that happen? It happened because China started the normalization process between Iran and Saudi Arabia. So that is the reason why I think, and ended the blockade as well. So that is part of the reason why I believe America was quietly trying to also get involved with Iran, because they see the writing on the wall that like they do not want to concede. They do not want to concede or leave this entire region to China to deal with.
Yeah, they had that huge deal between the Saudis and the Iranians earlier. I think earlier this year. Yeah. So they can't be as harsh as they want to, which is why Israel has put them in such a hard situation, which is why it's so bizarre that they are just defending them to the hilt. Like, these guys are fucking everything up for you. You don't have to be like a raging like leftist like George fucking Bush, the CIA George Bush, who killed John F. Kennedy in 1963 personally. He was the guy who did this. You don't, like I said this at the end, he's not a good person. He did none of this out of the goodness of his heart, but he did this because it's just like the basics. It's the basic truth. Like, if you want to have stability in the region and influence in the region, you have to bring Israel to heel. And like, there's just a fear of doing that. But like, this shows that like you have nothing to be afraid of. You hold all the cards here. You just have to be somebody who just fears nobody, like George Bush did, and you can get a lot of results. Biden does not have that CIA swag, sadly.
The problem is that this is like dual arrogance, right? On the one hand, we've talked about the arrogance of like of the Israeli government and the maintenance of the apartheid, thinking that this will not be costly, right? As far as security goes, you wrote about that as well. Netanyahu was the security candidate. He was the security candidate, and all of that completely perished. On October 7th.
He's done. There's a lot of other articles I've written about that that I feel pretty good about. I compare this, probably the best comparison I think is the Tet offensive, because like Lyndon Johnson, Netanyahu was banking on the idea that he could manage this conflict forever and get everything that he wanted at once, like how Lyndon Johnson thought that he could have a limited war in Vietnam and keep South Vietnam standing. And that concept, that's what the Israelis called it, the concept, that has shattered. And he's, well, like what you said, like about how he's dependent on the far right ministers, these people, and that's another thing that I wrote, you kind of have to have all this together at once. These people who are openly genocidal, worship terrorists who killed like 30 people in a mosque, worship the terror attack, like want to create a theocracy, like take all the land from the Sinai from the Nile to the Euphrates. He's totally dependent on these people because everybody else wants to put him in prison.
Yeah, and I don't understand how there's the domestic arrogance, right, for Israel, but I don't understand how like more I guess like realpolitik focused American foreign policy advisors don't recognize that, like, that also looks bad for them, because you know, if we're moving towards multipolarity, it is ridiculous that to just like let Israel loose and do whatever the fuck they want, and not realize that the rest of the world, specifically the global South, that is way more interested in cutting deals with China on better loan conditions that China's giving them, like that they don't see that the America's power is waning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Bush recognized it because he didn't give a fuck, and then he lost re-election.
It's just very well. Bush didn't lose re-election for that reason, though. Obviously,
Yeah, he did, and I made that point. That was like a myth that the AIPAC created. The two states where the most Jews were at the time were New York, which was a blue state, and Florida, which Bush won. So it's like he did lose a lot of the Jewish vote, but it wasn't impactful. He lost for other reasons.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to your bread and butter. You have long been credited for correctly calling the transphobia narrative and the transphobia line not being successful. You know, I myself have also called it, but like, you know, it's fine. Whatever. Like, I'll give you the credit. It's cool.
It's chill.
But yeah, and we're seeing that again. I mean, we have the Christopher Rufos of the world still pushing as desperately as possible.
No win, Chris. No rings, Chris.
Yeah,
he's never won. He has zero
not
dubs.
even a Mickey Mouse ring, really.
No,
like,
no,
you can't even say stupid.
That. Yeah.
And
Lee Rufo.
Yeah, I mean, thinking of like how far the Republican Party has fallen, you look at James Baker, and then you look at like the likes of Christopher Rufo and Matt Walsh running around like headless chickens, still pushing in the immediate aftermath of like a very successful off-season election outcome that showed time and time again that like Republicans are a victim of their own success and that their policies are insanely unpopular. And
they're making it worse for themselves. Abortion is already like enough of an issue. You don't need to compound it by making your main message besides that, like just graphically describing top surgery. It's not like it's moronic.
Dude, that's why I loved Mike Pence, who would just like go up on stage and go against Nikki Haley, who was like the only competent person there. Even though on Israel she's like a John Fetterhead a little bit, but she's
on the Ben Shapiro grind with John.
Yeah, exactly. But on like abortion, she's like, hey, this is not good. Like, we should stop this. You know, this is we need to stop talking about abortion the way that we're doing. And Mike Pence would be like, oh, there's an unrelated question about immigration. I'm going to somehow even tie it back to a federal ban on abortion that I think is a necessity, which was psychotic.
Like the guys who runs the Babylon Bee had like a mental breakdown earlier today over it, where he said like he was posting biblical like apocalyptic narrative shit over that. They're like, these guys are actually like true believers. They're psychos. But anyway, you can see here, there's a great battle in Ohio between weed and abortion. Weed narrowly won, but they both won in landslides in a Trump plus 12 state. He like relative to the country, very Republican states. They also like weed and abortion. So amnesty, acid, and abortion is the winning message. George McGovern ended up winning in the end. But you can see there that the abortion thing does something really interesting if you look at the map. It did well in both the suburban areas around Columbus, that like the never Trump Republican people have swung the Democrats, and it did well in the industrial areas in the Northeast. So this is the one issue that can unite both the well-educated rich suburbanites that are supporting Democrats now and the working class people, the Obama, Trump, Biden voters who mostly Obama, Trump voters who have swung away from them. So Gen Z with Ohio and abortion, swinging very because Ohio is Gen Z's favorite state, as you can see in the chat. This was a brutal result for them, and it was a long time coming. Yeah, swag like Ohio.
Yeah,
GOP doesn't have swag like Ohio. They have no skibbity. They have no Riz. They have no Giat. Honestly, they're completely Rizless. It's really sad.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai Cenat hates Ohio. All right.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying these fucking words that are coming out of my goddamn mouth. Okay.
I'm the Zoomer correspondent. I know all this shit. I've watched every
Yeah.
Skibbity Toilet episode.
No, I have as well. But that's like Gen Alpha at that point. As a Zoomer,
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at Gen Alpha now in the way that like I, as a millennial, looked at Zoomers. Now you're looking at Gen Alpha.
Yeah, rip my man, Titan cameraman. Gone too soon.
So, so this was, this was slated to, as far as I understand it, like the polls were not off at all.
Yeah. This is the thing that like I have like about like 10 minutes to go through this here. You see the Biden world morons who are like, looks like they shouldn't have attacked Biden so much. Looks like people like Biden the whole time. It looks like the polls are wrong. The polls are right, asshole. The polls got all these races correctly.
Exactly.
The same polls that are saying that everybody fucking hates you got all these races right. So this isn't save you at all. It just means that all the stuff that that you're seeing in the polling about how everybody hates Biden but likes Democrats, that's true.
Yeah.
Drop out, idiot.
Yeah, specifically this one, like the one where it was like the New York Times did a poll that showed that an unnamed Democrat performs like 8 points better than Brandon.
Points. 18 points.
18 points. Like it's fucking insane. It's so stupid. Alex Perrine once said something that I love and I repeat all the time. That and this was all the way back, I believe in like 2016 or maybe in near 2016, 2018, somewhere around those lines. I think it was the midterms elections where he was like, America loves the most progressive policy positions as long as it is a ballot initiative and not associated with a Democrat at all.
That's why I need to get the most generic Democrat ever, which is why Andy Beshear, if you look at him, he's the most generic white boy of all time, and he won in a Trump 30 state by 5 points. You have to get like the swaggiest, most generic-ass white boy of all time who's like not 80 years old, and you can just win like in states that voted for Trump by 20 points. Because Beshear there, like he's winning like coal counties, like from like full of like United Mine Workers, coal miners that haven't voted Democrat like since like the 90s. Like these are like crazy ass numbers. He won some counties here that like voted for Trump by 70 points.
Yeah, and also going up against like an insane amount of PAC opposition and like Mitch McConnell specifically.
Yeah,
Daniel Cameron is Mitch McConnell's guy.
Yeah, he's his boy, and he.
I think one important thing to consider with Daniel Cameron is though, and I think that abortion was also a prescient point here.
Oh yeah,
an important point. Daniel Cameron. What's up?
Even in Kentucky, it's like a winning issue.
Yeah, exactly. Daniel Cameron personally, as Attorney General, said that he would overturn or completely overlook the Democratic ballot initiative that was supposed to protect abortion in the state of Kentucky. I think like people don't forget that. That was definitely a reason as to why people were like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm not voting for you then.
Yeah. Beshear had this one ad that supposedly got played like 1 billion times from my followers who were in Kentucky. They said that they saw it constantly, where he got this rape victim who just straight up said, like in an ad, I was raped when I was 12 years old. I needed an abortion or my life would have been ruined. Daniel Cameron supports me not having that option. Just straight up, like in the ad. Just like no equivocating, no artsy shit, just like straight up, just laying out the stakes of the issue. And all Republicans did is they said, oh, that's unfair. And they lost.
Yeah, they say that's unfair while simultaneously also like still being backed entirely by like these psychopathic like we must save the white families caucus or like whatever lobbying groups like family protection, the family protection, Moms for Family Protection.
Moms for Liberty. Those guys lost every race too, in like fucking Iowa. Like
they fucking lost like teachers races. Like they lost local races where they're supposed to win.
Yeah, like in state, like these are states like Kentucky and Ohio and Iowa and like Virginia. Like, well, Virginia's kind of coastal elite, but this is like middle America, and they're saying we don't want your shit. They're speaking on behalf of nobody except for themselves.
Yeah. I don't like part of me is excited at the prospect of Republicans refusing to fucking learn their lesson, which is very odd because like one thing that I used to always say is that unconditionally Republicans love to win, right? Democrats love losing gracefully and not being in a position of power while still maintaining like enough seats in Congress to be like to keep the lobbying going, and to keep the steady flow of funding, while saying, oh well, our hands are tied. Like there's nothing better for the Democratic Party than having like gridlock in the Senate or in the House of Representatives with a blue president.
It's different now. The wine moms kicked put like some fire in their ass. Like the wine moms want to win.
Yeah, and it's more so like Democrats still are in that position, in my opinion, for the the way that like the DNC operates. Like you said, they learn nothing from the midterms.
Yeah,
and they
that's
immediately
why
ascribe this to Joe Biden, who's insanely unpopular. Like
they won
75%.
in spite of him, not because of him.
Yes.
I read this one book that was this total like kind of like dick sucking job for Biden, the last politician, and it talks about how he views the results. He thinks that the reasons Democrats won that year was not just because of him, but because he specifically refused to politicize abortion. They live in fucking bizarro land. They are like, they have no clue what's going on. If they win, it'll be because they've been dragged over the finish line. They do not deserve to win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that like if there's one thing that has happened that is a benefit to the labor movement, actually, as a matter of fact, it's their ineptitude. It's the ineptitude of the DNC, because like I think the NLRB is just kind of running the show on their own, and the Democrats are like oblivious to whatever the fuck's going on there. Like the DNC is oblivious to that. So that's good. That's like there are major W's coming out of that on that front. And also their inability to understand what the labor movement looks like right now is, I think, part of the reason why Sean Fain was able to secure historic contracts against the big three. Because like, if you remember, even like 4 days out of like this massive strike, Joe Biden was like, oh, I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
He said it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
All of his people running his administration have been around since the Clinton years, and they have this totally outdated mindset that makes them incapable of fighting the political fights of the 2020s.
Yeah.
They are not prepared for this. They're immensely arrogant. They are spiteful and bitter and think that they know better than everybody. And it's they're just completely clueless. So, like, independent of any ideology, that's why I think it's so crucial that there's somehow, some way, is a change in leadership here. Because if you have people like who are running these races, like Beshear also stood up for the Kentucky auto workers. He was like at the picket lines there, if I like remember correctly. Like it just being on, you don't even have to be like a good person or a leftist or in any way. Just being somebody like Beshear or Whitmer or anybody else who has been on the front lines of politics since 2016, it gives them a totally different perspective where they're far more ruthless, far more able to win elections and utilize power. These people who have been in D.C. for the past 3 decades just do not understand.
Yeah, Big Gretch, my Palestinian queen.
Yeah, when she made the statement where she said, "Oh man, it sucks that shit's happening there."
Yeah, no, but that was great. That was actually like the appropriate way to analyze it. And like everybody obviously bullied her, so she had to back away from that position. But like, why the fuck would you not say that when you have a massive like Muslim constituency in your state?
Yeah,
like,
and it did suck that shit happened there. She was right. There should be peace. There's nothing she said was wrong.
Yeah, she pulled a Selena Gomez, but in a good way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And everybody fucking yelled at her and said that she was like anti-Semitic. So there was that one thing I wanted to mention. What was I gonna say? Hold on. We talked about Big Gretch.
There's Virginia. There's Democrats won in Pennsylvania, a big swing state by like 6.2 points. They froze out Young Clan. He's done.
Yeah.
You can't pass
I don't get it.
now.
The CRT was such a prescient message. Like, such a good message. CRT and trans, child genital mutilation is happening in America. I thought was going to really push Republicans over the line everywhere, right?
No, they Virginia. They actually elected the first transgender member of their state senate.
Exactly,
Danica Roem, who ran on an economics focused message. Actually, kind of a fun like Goofus and Gallant career arcs with her and Lee Carter, because they were both elected the same year, but they have had very different kind of lifespans in politics.
Yeah. Oh, the thing I was gonna say is like even fake populist dipshits like Josh Hawley understand, and even fucking JD Vance. Like, these guys are paid not to read the room, right? And even they recognize the like labor union momentum as they try to like cut messaging that's like kind of pro-labor, but also like pitting them against like I don't know, electric vehicles or whatever. You know what I mean? Like trying to find a way to like
I think they're
squeeze
LARPing.
in.
They're LARPing.
Yeah, no, they're LARPing, but like in my opinion, that LARP indicates that like they still also recognize that this is a constituency that's important, that they like have the capacity to like win over. They're wrong, but
it won't work that way. They don't have the credibility.
Yeah, exactly. Except the Brandon administration is just like oblivious. But luckily, their oblivious nature is also, in my opinion, allowing the NLRB to like just run shit pretty aggressively.
Yeah, it's like in some instances, like in the State Department, where you have these people who are in charge who suck. Biden not really being aware of anything is awful. But like where you have places like the FCC or the SEC or the NLRB, you'll have people there who like the career civil servants or the political appointees who are a lot like more left wing on the issues. They're kind of given a free hand, basically.
Yeah, exactly. The other side of this is that, I mean, if we talk about like Biden's bona fides, if we talk about like what is happening under the Brandon administration, like the economy, not great. Inflation seemingly being tempered, but it doesn't matter. Most Americans don't recognize that like it's not about like
2 years of negative great wage growth under Biden. You're not going to make up that money. People are going to be worse off than they were when he got elected. It's over. You can't run on the economy. That's done. You need to run on the issues that actually work for you instead of raising the importance of the stuff people hate you on. And he's done the exact opposite of that.
Yes.
It's like asinine. They're trying to redo the 1996 election in a political and media environment that is decades removed from that.
Yeah, it is mind-boggling to push for that, especially because like it's in a weird way, it's like a lighter version of what Bernie Sanders would have ran on, or probably what Bernie Sanders would have been able to get away with if he was like to govern. Yeah. If he were to ever, be able to govern, and yet it's possibly the worst time to push for that.
And the worst messengers, because nobody trusts them. They trust Bernie. They might give Bernie the benefit of the doubt. But you have these people who have been around for decades and were doing deregulation their entire careers up until this moment. It looks cynical and fake.
Yeah. So it's odd. It's odd to run on that when you have the gift wrap of abortion. But yeah, as far as like the Republican Party's implosion goes, it's a race to the bottom on both sides. Like you have a historically unpopular president who is unpopular in ways that are not manageable. Like there's no way to combat the narrative that like you're he's fucking too old.
He presided over a bad. He can't get younger. He can't turn back time and make people have more money.
Yeah.
He can't like not look lost and out of it. He can't like suddenly be able to give a good speech. It's like Felix said, it's LBJ in 1968, but senile. But Republicans are insistent on not taking advantage of it.
But they can't, because in a way, Republicans can't take advantage of it either, because like the problem within the Republican Party is oftentimes likened to Trump, and I think that's like a silly liberal understanding of the issue. They are like the 35-year project of the Federalist Society far predates Donald Trump. The only difference is under Trump. Under Trump, the dog caught the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like,
and it was the worst time because they didn't have a messenger who could spin it in any way. It was bad shit compounded on top of bad shit. And I would argue actually that like them kind of colonizing the Trump administration with this kind of very unpopular Mike Pence social conservatism ruined a lot of the appeal he might have had in 2016 when he was a lot more moderate. He wasn't a huge culture war crusader, but now they have a bad message on the worst possible messenger. If they just got him like being some kind of like scummy New York playboy again, that might actually be a bit more effective.
Yeah. He's now also seen as like, I mean, he tries to portray himself as like an outsider again, but he was the fucking president. So like, in a weird way, he wants to maintain the W's that he got, like the Supreme Court justices, but that's completely associated with the abortion debacle for them, suffering from their own success in many ways. There's no way to, if I'm a Republican, I'm literally never talking about abortion. I'm only saying like,
Yeah,
I mean,
they need to give up. They need to just say there is literally no path for them other than saying that we're going to bring back Roe. That is the only politically tenable position. But they can't say that. They just have to concede
because
this
if they
issue
say that,
is
then they
killing
lose
them.
the evangelicals.
It won't even. It just goes against their reason to exist.
Yeah.
And like it's just not like it's the kind of like busing with Democrats in the 1970s. They just kind of slowly had to concede on it as it made them just not competitive nationally.
Yeah. It's a tricky situation. I don't see any way out of it. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like I think it's like a spiritual rift within the Republican Party that is born directly out of how successful they are, because wedge issues are great if you don't actually succeed in implementing them, because when you implement them, I always go back to this one poll. I forget where it was, but that Republicans don't believe the cruelty of the policies that they're pushing for.
When you try to run on what Republican policies are, people just say you're lying. Like you can quote their platform, they're like, "Nah, nobody would do this. You're making shit up. We hate you."
Exactly. Like they like it on as a message. They like it like they like the broader framing of it, owning the libs or whatever, but they don't actually like it when when it's actually implemented, like the criminalization of abortion. And there's no way that you can not own that anymore. Like everybody knows, everybody fucking knows that is the Republicans' fault. It's the Republicans' failure. And that's something they have to fucking sit with and live with. And even immigration in Florida, like Ron DeSantis pushing so aggressively against immigration and like almost crippling the Florida economy, or even Ron DeSantis going so far out of his way to implement culture war policies that he ends up pissing off the number one reason for the state of Florida to even exist or have a fucking viable economy, and actually trying to use government powers against the corporation, which is like inherently the most anti-Republican thing you could do.
Yeah. I would I have a recording I have to get to, so this is the last thing I'll say. These are the problems Republicans face, these very deep structural fundamental problems. The basics of their platform are completely unpopular. Their leader is a lunatic who's probably gonna go to jail. They just are in a terrible situation. There's no structurally. The problem for Democrats is one guy who's older than God and everybody hates, who can leave at any time, and they have a huge bench of people to replace them with.
Yeah, that's the other side. Yes, we have a bench of talent. There's actually people that could fill that role.
Yeah, and it's easier. It's completely easy. It's completely simple. It's just switching one guy out for the other, and then you have basically no problems. And the Republicans are stuck with all their shit. But they're insistent on making this go down to the wire for the third time in a row because, I don't know, they think Joe Biden's been the greatest president ever. Anyways, so I've read a lot about that. I have all of the successors listed on a tier list on my website, Ettingermentum.news. I'll see what happens at the debates. It was good being on.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, no problem. It's great.
All right. That was Ettingermentum, ladies and gentlemen. He has a newsletter at Ettingermentum, if you know how to fucking spell it, .news. Okay. His last article is the president who stood up to Israel and won. He is the Gen Z correspondent as well. I am going to now get back to talking about Rashida Tlaib and what ended up happening to her. This is the Fox News coverage of it. But of course, one thing that you should also remember is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And I'm going to run that right now as well. Yes, I will cover the Rick Santorum take. Do not worry. Also, don't Google what Rick Santorum is. We are going to talk about that as well.
The Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. Why? What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all.
So that from Tuesday, just yesterday, Rashida Tlaib, her parents were born in the West Bank. She was born in Detroit, Michigan, and the House has now voted overwhelmingly to censure the only Palestinian-American congresswoman over her anti-Israeli comments. Our next guest, a Democrat who joined Republicans in a rare rebuke. Brad Schneider with me now. And, sir, good morning to you. So all Republicans, 22 Democrats, go ahead and explain to us. You're Jewish, right? And you voted to censure her. Go ahead, sir.
So, we hear the voices of people in Gaza and Israel, the civilians who are always caught in the middle of a war. And we're doing everything we can. I spent hour on the phone, almost an hour on the phone with the Egyptian ambassador saying we need to get safe zones and aid into southern Gaza to take care of the civilians who are caught in the middle. But here's the thing. Hamas started a war on October 7th with an invasion, murdering, slaughtering, raping, torturing more than 1,400 Israelis, taking more than 240 people captive and holding them hostage inside Gaza. As long as Hamas controls Gaza, there will not be peace for Palestinians or Israelis. And that's why Israel is taking the actions it is to defend itself, to secure its borders, protect its citizens, and rescue its hostages. When Representative Tlaib uses language like from the river to the sea, that is not coded language. It was the chant, the rallying cry of the PLO in 1964.
Freedom of Speech Party? Yeah. The rallying cry of the PLO, dude. Yeah. Exactly. Ettingermentum is my website. Zoomers of the World Unite. No, we already posted it. Don't worry. Fuck, dude. I had to pee so bad. Yeah. Free speech party, by the way, of course. Obviously, there's no such thing as free speech in America. Remember, it's fucking bullshit. It just means like hate speech, only permissible. Hate speech is the type of speech that's permissible if you actually go against the interest of the American State Department in any meaningful capacity. They will fucking bully you. They will tell you that you are immoral, bad, wrong, blah, blah, blah.
Israel took control of the West Bank and Gaza. It was the rallying cry, and still is today, of Hamas. It's calling for the destruction of the state of Israel and the murder of Jews. And so when a colleague, we're elected representatives, we have an expectation to measure our words, to be considerate, and to think about what we say, and when we make mistakes, to stand up and correct them. And when a colleague refuses to do that and is throwing gasoline on a fire, that needs to be countered and addressed, and the record needs to be corrected. And this was the forum to do so.
I understand the point you're making there. That river to the sea comment that she made, she tried to clarify. You're talking about the Jordan River to the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, right, which would be all of Israel. She said, from the river to the sea is an
terrifying if Palestinians were free in that entire area that Israel happens to be occupying and oppressing. Terrifying prospect, folks. I mean, imagine if Palestinians had democracy and rights. What would that mean? What would that mean for our demographic ethno-state project? What would that mean demographically? What would that mean? I mean, that would be terrifying, right? I mean, Palestinians are not real humans. They're subhuman. They're dogs. They're terrorists. And if they're terrorists, what would they do? They would probably democratically vote for terrorism, right? They would vote to democratically expel all Jews. That's what they would do. We can't have equality under the law. That's why we just have to keep pushing the apartheid. We have to do a preemptive genocide, hopefully to stop a possible hypothetical genocide that is fucking not ever going to happen, of course. That's the only way to stop it. It's a security concern. Sorry.
Aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate. My work in advocacy is always centered in justice and dignity for all people, no matter faith or ethnicity. Clearly, based on your vote, you don't believe her.
Well, I'm not going to question her intention or desire for peace, but that statement, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is a rallying cry. It is an aspirational rallying cry, an aspiration for the destruction of the state of Israel. It has been that way for more than 50
Yeah, the destruction of the state of Israel. The destruction of the state of Israel, which is a fucking apartheid state, man. Even from that perspective, like, even if what he was saying is true, even then, it's like not a morally impermissible thing to say. Yes, the destruction of the state of Israel as an apartheid regime, okay, is not inherently anti-Semitic. It just means a destruction of the apartheid, okay? This does not mean you have to like expel forcibly every Jewish person that lives in Israel. It's ridiculous.
50 years. And that's why to use it cavalierly, to put it on a video, to put it out in the world, to put it on social media where she gets millions of people to see her interpretation, she doesn't interpret it for Hamas. Hamas says it very clearly. They want to destroy Israel, and their actions back up their words. We saw it on October 7th, and Hamas leaders have said what they did on October 7th, they would do over and over again. That's why it's so important that Israel defeat Hamas, eliminate their ability to control Gaza. And then after that, let's give the Palestinians in Gaza the chance to build their own communities, to build a area that is going to be free of terrorism, free of the control of Hamas, but building schools.
Yeah, I love the beautiful bombing campaign, like the positive ways in which this bombing campaign will certainly eviscerate Hamas leadership and Hamas control. Yeah, he literally just called Rashida a terrorist. He implied it. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. I love when like unconditional supporters of Israel will say the most idiotic shit, like without any like secondary considerations, right? Like, well, they'll be like, why won't Hamas build bomb shelters? I don't know. Maybe because a fucking Mark 84 rocket that will absolutely laser a fucking bomb shelter. They blow up schools. Why the fuck wouldn't they blow up a bomb shelter? What are you, fucking stupid? They blow up schools and ambulances and fucking hospitals and shit. Why wouldn't they fucking blow up a bomb shelter? They'd be like, Hamas is there, sheltering from our bombs. They're not allowed to have concrete. They're not allowed to have cement. Fuck. But people just say it, and it just sticks there. It just like stays there for some reason, and no one ever goes, man, that seems kind of dumb.
Hospitals, industry, lifting up the lives
Listen,
of
you're right
Palestinian
about
people.
that. You know, Hamas had its chance, right? I mean, 17 years they ruled the Strip. Here are two Democrats who disagree with you. Some strong.
Yeah, Hamas has tunnels to hide safely, but they prefer to hide among civilians. I know you're, like, I can't tell if you're, like, saying this as a joke because, like, it's such a fucking idiotic position, and yet it's literally channeled in every communication strategy that the IDF's foreign ministry has applied, like every single time.
Strongly, watch.
I rise in opposition to this censure resolution that is blatantly Islamophobic.
No, that person is joking. It just, the problem is, what is actually a fucking joke is unironically what IDF is using as a talking point.
Anti-democratic and an utter waste of time. This resolution is as dishonest as it is unproductive.
The resolution offered against the gentlewoman from Michigan is all about censuring her for her political speech, and literally nothing else.
Sir, final question. I've got about 30 seconds. This issue is dividing your party. Can you resolve
No, I
this?
think we can certainly resolve this. The issue is we all stand, I think everyone in Congress believes in free speech. But free speech as a representative, as an elected official, carries responsibility, and it can't go without refutation. And from the river to the sea is a call for genocide and the murder of Jews. As simple as that.
Here are some possible red lines coming out of Blinken for the first fucking time, even though on October 8th, Blinken called for a ceasefire and then deleted it because he's a bitch, because he's fucking bitch made. Anyway, Karine Jean-Pierre refuses to say whether Biden supports the censure of Rashida Tlaib. I talked about this already. Cowardly pieces of shit in the American government. This is America's lack of interest in recognizing the dignity and humanity of the Palestinian people, of Arabs across the board, of not only Arabs, but just like the entire Muslim, the entire Muslim population of the planet. Even if that's not the case, that is how people see it. Okay? That is how people see it. That's how the Muslim world sees it. This is legitimately an issue. Legitimately an issue even for people who want to maintain American hegemonic power. But for some weird reason, we are not seeing it from that perspective. We're so blinded And I believe, I mean, this is, again, Felix Biederman, his opinion on the matter. I don't know if this is true or not. I can't see what Brandon's brain looks like. Probably a lot of holes in it. But, like, he thinks, I talked to him a lot about this stuff. He thinks that Joe Brandon is operating with old man brain. He thinks, like, you know, Israel still has this, like, well-oiled machine going up against, like dudes with no way of retaliating. Like, they are the well-oiled military superpower going up against people who have, you know, who just, like, have old-ass weapons and, like, try to shoot in their direction and get fucking owned and obliterated, like how it used to be. It's not 1967. It's not even the fucking 80s anymore, right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it is very, yeah, exactly like it's in Vietnam. Exactly like it is in Vietnam. And this has severe repercussions on the Israeli economy. Like, Israel is ironically doing a BDS to itself because of how fucking bloodthirsty it has been in the treatment of Palestinians across the board in Gaza. Okay? The Israeli economy cannot withstand 300,000 reservists constantly engaging in fucking bombing campaigns with, like, you know, there's every day we hear about another fucking Merkava getting melted. Talking about, like, redeploying older tanks that were slated to be destroyed because of the amount of fucking tanks that they're damaging. Okay? You cannot stop the IDF from seeing the results when, one, they're living through it, they're experiencing it on the fucking ground, and two, when you know, they're getting blown up. Like, you could take their fucking phones away, but that doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? Oh, for morale reasons, like, we don't want the IDF to know what's going on and how the world is, like, reacting to this stuff. But, like, okay, sure. But, like, they still experience it. Anyway.
But remember, Israel is defending itself from terrorists who committed a horrific act. That's what we saw on October 7th, as you all know, and who have taken about 240 people hostage, including American citizens. So not going to speak to the actions that Congress took, but certainly as it relates to that term, we've been very clear. We strongly disagree.
Has anyone from the White House reached out to
The other part of this problem, the other part of this fucking problem, for the record, is racism. It's part arrogance and part racism, okay? It's part racism and part arrogance. The notion that you think you can maintain an apartheid without any severe repercussions, especially as it pertains to security for Israeli civilians, is an arrogant position, but it's only one that you can believe if you truly do believe the racist fucking propaganda that you're pumping in order to justify the existence of the apartheid structure. The idea that, like, no, these Arabs don't know how to fucking fight. They're barbaric. They're in it for the slaughter. They're in it for, like, the death and destruction of all Jews, and, like, but they can't really do anything because they don't know how to build anything. Not because, like, we keep blowing their shit up, but because like, they just simply aren't capable to do so. It's not like the poverty and the destitution that we have subjected them to, but instead, like, they're literally fucking inferior. Okay? Anyway, I can't stand it when they say Israel's defending itself. It's retaliation at best. They never explain how bombing kids is defensive. Because, as we've seen in the HASBARA handbook, which we will be looking at in a little bit, once again, you can't talk about the Palestinians as though they're human beings, because then people are going to start questioning it. They're going to be like, well, what the fuck do you mean? Human beings? Holy shit. Hold up. That's weird. Why are we killing human beings and their children? That's part of the reason why there is a deliberate reason As part of the reason why they like those who are regularly defending Israel unconditionally and forever will often use this two different forms of propaganda. One, the destructive, racist, in my opinion, illegal, should be illegal, morally repugnant, like Pallywood conspiracy. But then the other thing that they usually do is this. They always talk about the children with the guns. They're like, oh, like, if you're wondering why so many ultra-Zionist accounts show Palestinian kids with guns at a school play, it's projection to claim that Palestinian children are taught to hate Israel at school. It's also a racist HASBARA tactic to make the child death toll seem morally permissible. Look, they're all like this. They teach them. They indoctrinate their children. He says Palestinian children stage the murder of Israelis. Not all Palestinians. How do you live with such a terrorist neighbor next door that indoctrinates / encourages children to do this? Why are the parents allowing this? That is, according to the HASBARA campus, HASBARA handbook promoting Israel on campus, one of the practical pointers that they mention: hold a vigil for the victims of terror, fundraise for the victims of terror, run a solidarity trip to Israel, screen a video, or run a poster campaign featuring Palestinian children with guns. Now, of course, the irony is that, like, Israel has plenty of children who openly talk about how they want to join the IDF from a very early age, but that's different. That's a state. That's like totally different. There's also plenty of children, settler children, who like have guns or pose with guns. You know what I mean? Like for every number of like incitement of hatred against the Israelis is real. It's like happening on television. It's happening in their fucking. It's happening from early on. Okay, look at this. Like, they're doing this in the UNRWA schools. The UNRWA schools. Here, let me show you this like a completely mistranslated video that's like out of context as I'm like trying to justify killing fucking children. Okay, it is all the fucking time. Yeah, mother of Palestinian terrorist Ibrahim al-Nabulsi. Ibrahim is a role model for Palestinian children, teaching them to love jihad. Look, 2022 editor's picks, clips from the Memory TV project. And then, of course, there is this peer projection. Obviously, there's plenty of fucking children on the Israeli side that also are engaging in this exact same thing, except one side is the state power maintaining an apartheid state. The other side learns to hate Israel when Israel blows up their fucking schools. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And the only fucking reason why these people are bringing this shit up is specifically because, like I said, they want to make it seem morally permissible to kill children. These are terrorist babies. These are terrorists in the fucking making. It's the exact same reactionary idea that claims CRT or any kind of real accurate assessment of history teaches black people that America is racist at school, and that somehow that's how black people become anti-white, and not by experiencing white supremacy firsthand by a militarized police or in general through the abject poverty conditions that they're subjected to. That's not the reason why black people develop a perspective against white supremacy, not white people, right? Palestinians learn that Israel is threatening their existence at school, not by the things that they're programming in their schools, but by Israel blowing up the school. That's how they fucking learn. Okay? They're doling out talking points to people who have already made their minds made up. These arguments aren't swaying anyone. It's not a complicated issue to understand. Yeah, the problem is there is a lot of people who want to muddy the waters and make this issue that is uncomplicated into a complicated one. And obviously, if you have an overwhelming amount of support in mainstream media, and that like even Congress engages in the acts of like censuring the only Palestinian congresswoman at a time when like her family members are under threat. Remember, Rashida Tlaib wanted to go to West Bank to see her family. Benjamin Netanyahu personally barred her from entering Palestinian land. Okay? That's the level of control that Israel has. That's a level of arrogance that Israel shows on a regular basis. So, like, the idea that this is somehow morally equivalent is psychotic. Okay? It is completely and utterly ridiculous, devoid of the truth, and just stupid. What do you say to people saying outrage at Israel, not other issues, equals anti-Semitism? Yeah, what do I say to those people? Those people are telling on themselves. There is no comparison. There is literally no comparison to a 75-year apartheid regime and occupation without Western support, but specifically American support. It would not exist in the way that it does. There's no way. Okay? And you can't do that to someone like myself because I've spoken about all of these other issues as well. Plenty of leftists speak about all of these other issues as well, right? Huh. Is Ettingermentum coming on? We already finished that part. Anyway, it doesn't look like the IDF is going to be able to eradicate Hamas, and they won't go back to the same situation before October 7th. What do you think is going to happen then? I'll get to that in a second. What do I say to inform people when they say Hamas is using schools and hospitals as meat shields? They're psychotic. Ask them if it would be okay to blow up a fucking school in a hostage situation if a school shooter was to go into a school and hold people hostage. Is it okay to blow up the entire school? And is it okay to blow up the entire city block, as a matter of fact? Absolutely zero people will say yes to that. Why? Because they intrinsically understand that those children at that school are innocent, but they do not make the same exact assertion for Palestinian children. They think Palestinian children are just terrorists in the making, that they're subhuman. They're not real human beings. That's why it is fucking ridiculous. The idea that they're human shields is such a fucking insane thing, and it would never work. It would never work if you saw Palestinians as human beings. It just wouldn't. But because they are, because most people don't see Palestinians as human beings or Arabs as human beings, or because Islamophobia is so important to defend America's war on terror that was an abject failure, right? That destabilized the entire fucking region. Tens of millions of people lost their homes. Millions of people lost their lives. But in order to justify that $8 trillion mistake, right? In order to justify that $8 trillion mistake, you had to create this notion that like all Arabs want death to America. And this benefits Israel greatly because that's who their enemies are too. My Jewish buddy went to Berkeley and had a Palestinian roommate who thought my buddy was threatening him the first time he saw him in his yarmulke. I felt like that was a powerful example of who the oppressor is. Wait, what? Like the Palestinian kid was like afraid that he was going to threaten him or something? You can only be okay with shooting the human shields if you think the shields are actually human. Yes. Anyway, I will never forgive you, Turks, for losing World War. Fire tweet for real. How the fuck can he bar a congressperson? What the fuck is on this uppity client state? They keep forgetting who's in charge. They do, and that's not a bad thing. Says, I will never forgive you, Turks, for losing World War. Are you a Nazi? Because, like, I think you need to figure out what your history... I think you need a history lesson because... One, the Ottoman Empire didn't lose its own battles during World War I, and that was more so a war that Germany lost. And in World War II, the Turks did not touch the Germans with a 10-foot pole. Anyway, hey, Oz. After Hamas attack, I educated myself more on Israel. I have to think about the genocide all the time. I can't stop feeling guilt or just ignoring a fucking apartheid state before this. I mean, listen, dude. There's a reason. There's a reason why a lot of people. I was listening to Sam Cedar earlier, and he talked about this too. He's like, listen, I've been tracking Israel for 45 years, and there was a point in time when I didn't personally care that much about it, because why the fuck would I? Because I was never like informed about it. What? Did you reclaim the tunnel narratives about how they were used for transferring women's underwear, etc.? Wait, what? I wonder if HasanAbi gets tired of reiterating what racism is multiple times a day. She would win a Nobel Creative Prize for delivery. Europe killed Jews 3 generations ago. How ironic their grandchildren, great-grandchildren want their kids to pay for Europe's atrocious crimes. Racism gets transferred clearly. What are you saying? Tunnels are transferring women's underwear? What the fuck? Anyway. Mark Lamont Hill is a really good take on the Republicans centering Rashida Tlaib and the Democrats that voted for it with alongside the Republicans. Yeah, okay. What do you say to people who say Hiroshima was a necessary evil? So is this? Yeah, they're wrong. Hiroshima was literally, objectively not a necessary evil. Plenty has been written on this. I love when people say that, because it's like, hey, what do you say to the people that that didn't understand the lessons that they should have understood at the end of World War II, and how they continue to fucking push for death and destruction for no particular reason other than their own psychotic racist fantasies?
Congresswoman, and given that she used a phrase that you just described as divisive and potentially anti-Semitic, does the White House plan to have any engagement with her? The president's head of the Democratic Party. Is there a place in the Democratic Party for somebody who uses phrases like that?
So we've been very clear. We just said we think that we strongly disagree in using that phrase. I mean, that is coming from here, from the White House, in a very public way. It's been said by many people at the White House. So we've been very, very clear about that. I don't have any conversations to read out to you with the Congresswoman. Just don't have anything from here at this time to read out. But look, we've been very clear, very, very clear about.
Yeah, I mean, no red lines. What more do you want, man? What do you want? You want her to fucking, you want the Brandon White House to just like kill Rashida Tlaib or something? Like how can we make our commitment clear, you know? How can we make our commitment more clear? Just like deport Rashida Tlaib, and then maybe we'll believe you. Blinken has officially laid out red lines. No forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, except it's already happening. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. No reoccupation of Gaza. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. Literally happening, and no reduction in the territory. Netanyahu must be freaking it in the cabinet meetings for him to say this, lol, is what Ettingermentum said. Some of Blinken's warnings were also a public pushback against private ideas raised by Israelis, U.S. officials said, including that Israeli security could be ensured by a buffer zone between Gaza and Israel, potentially sliced out of Gaza's territory. Gaza must not be reoccupied and should be run by Palestinians, says Blinken. I'm glad that we finally got to some red lines here after like blood and soil propaganda, endless blood and soil propaganda from the Israeli Knesset. Breaking, U.S. officials confirmed to Voice of America that Yemen Houthis shot down a US MQ9 drone in the Red Sea. That's crazy. Dude. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Is there a bigger... Is there a bigger, like, out of nowhere underdog that just came out fucking swinging It's insane, dude. Listen. That is how much is that? How much is a fucking US MQ9 drone? Hold on. Let's look that up. $32 million. Oh my God. Oh my God. $32 million. Holy shit, dude. These guys were literally being genocided like a month ago. How? How is that possible? Oh my God. Let me tell you something, okay? I am not, I'm Muslim, not exactly a big religious person, okay? Culturally, right? This is what I grew up in a Sunni Muslim country. But goddamn, do these motherfucking Shias know what the fuck they're doing? How is that even possible? How? How is this even possible? I do not understand. They just increased their GDP. Let's fucking go. Dude, they went from living under a ruthless blockade. Living under a ruthless blockade. I know it's Iran and Iranian money and Iranian weapons, but you have to understand. Going from withstanding a genocide to like making music videos about how you're, going to step all over Israel. It's so crazy, dude. How did they get those Iranian weapons? What do you mean, how did they get those Iranian weapons? Like, they're snuck into the country. What are you talking about? That's the difference between, like, an actual fucking nation state versus, like, Gaza. Saudi Arabia tried to Gaza the entirety of the country, and it didn't work out. Hold on. I wanna show the last video. The Iranian IRGC Quds Force came and helped convert their SAMs with new tech and ship new air defense missiles on fishing vessels to them. Thank you, Elent News. Yes. Bro, I don't know what to say. I mean, listen. These guys they're doing the most. They're doing the
Here's a map.
They're doing the absolute most. Here, this is massacres in Yemen you've never heard about. I also I don't know if there's blood on this.
Showing Saudi airstrikes in Yemen using US bombs. Mass shootings, bombings of civilians in Ukraine. These events get plenty of news coverage, but a long string of mass killings going on for years has been absent from most major news. Here's just 5 massacres in Yemen that you've probably never heard about. October 2016, the Saudi-led coalition bombs a funeral held in the capital city of Sana'a, hitting the crowd with several airstrikes. 140 people are killed. August 2019, a Saudi airstrike blasts a prison in Damar province, with the Red Cross reporting more than 100 deaths. October 2015, an atrocity on Uqban Island has been very deeply buried and has had zero coverage from any major news. It is believed that over 115 fishermen were killed by helicopter gunships. Pictures that are truly gut-wrenching and unable to be shown show mutilated bodies washed up on the shores of the island. September 2015, a wedding in Wahjat Taiz province was the target of an airstrike by coalition forces. Medics put the death toll at 135. March 2016, 2 coalition airstrikes incinerate a market in the town of...
By the way, when they say coalition airstrikes, like, those are American weapons. I make no mistake. These are American weapons that we sold to Saudi Arabia, that Saudi Arabia is using on like civilians in Yemen.
Staba in Hajjah province, 119 civilians are killed. In November of last year, the...
Wrong comparison. I'm from Yemen. I don't think the Saudi were as ruthless as Israel to Gaza. I mean, I think that's a pretty decent comparison. The joke is if the joke in the Middle East is like if you wanted to truly help the Palestinians, you should tell everyone in the region that Israel is converted to Shia Islam. Like it's more. I mean, we're doing genocide. It also wasn't on civilians. It was Houthis. Oh shit, dude. Fuck. I didn't realize. I forgot. Just like it wasn't civilians, it's Hamas. It's not civilians, it's Houthis. Like, remember when in the rubble of a school bus that was blown up in Yemen, we found that it was an American munitions were used in blowing up an entire fucking school bus. You know, children's melted bodies stuck to the side of a fucking school bus. And of course, you know, it was also declared a genocide. And those guys were all actually deserving, you know? They were deserving. They were deserving of it. I grew up in Sana'a. The worst I remember is when they hit a school that changed a lot of Yemeni kids. Yeah.
Biden administration approved a $650 million sale in arms to Saudi Arabia, enriching contractors who have made billions off of these atrocities.
Anyway, why the fuck were we talking about this? Because it's nutty that they went from those conditions to literally, they went from those conditions to getting absolutely crazy with it. Before they started their bombing campaign in Israel's direction. Here, I don't know if you watched the video the Houthis launches on Israel. Yeah, here, this is one that I wanted to show you. Here it is. Houthis have published their ballistic missiles, drone, cruise missiles launching towards Israel from Yemen. I love when people just go, these are just ballistic missiles. It's like pretty basic. Like, I don't know, man. Is it basic? Is it actually fucking basic that they like went from being genocided to launching fucking missiles into space? Yeah, he's saying death to America, death to Israel, Allah is great. I think he says death to Jews too. It's a pretty significant escalation. They're much harder to intercept. So, didn't turn the launch pad into a crater like SpaceX? Yeah, my uncle made one of these out of an old water heater and launched it at the Pentagon in 2001. Yeah. No, he says curse the Jews. Oh, okay. So, I really feel for every Israeli affected by the attacks, but given their situation and historical response to unarmed protests, I feel like this is the only thing Hamas can do. I don't even know if I can condemn Hamas for the attacks, to be honest. If it risks my brain in two, I don't know what to think. Any advice? Just remember that, obviously, no civilian casualty, no civilian death is permissible morally or legally. It's completely fucking, it's completely unacceptable. And the one party that has all the power to end this bloodshed is Israel, 100%. The idea that they are just a powerless, small bean nation that's simply defending themselves is ridiculous. Why won't you condemn Israel? What do you mean? I condemn Israel every day. What the fuck are you talking about? Efendim. Ha, 3'te dedim ya, 3. Evet. Anyway. What's the source of this? What evidence is there to support it? This does not explain how Iran is responsible for Yemen actively producing hardware through the blockade. Wait, what? What source of this? You think I'm making this up? Like, I don't understand. Like, you think... Like, what do you mean? They release it. It's like being like, what's the source of the Hamas attacks on October 7th, or the Palestinian coalition forces like attacking Israel on October 7th? The source is them, chatter. Like, what? They take credit for it. They're proud of it. What do you mean? What's the source of the tech? I mean, this is very specific technology. It's very specific technology that has improved over the course of many years, that specifically has improved alongside Iran improving. Anyway, Houthis released footage of them murking the drone? No way. That's crazy. The moment Yemeni Ansarullah shot down the American MQ9 Reaper, which cost roughly $32 million. Bro, shit is crazy. I know war is a racket, but goddamn, dude. The amount of damage you could do with, like, the asymmetry of war is one thing, but the asymmetry of war is one thing, but the asymmetry of, like, the economic damage you can cause. God damn. Why are you watching your taxes burn in 4K? I will say this unconditionally. I would much rather celebrate the explosion of an American drone than watch that drone successfully fucking drop missiles on top of unsuspecting Houthis that do not deserve to be fucking killed. Like people in Yemen, Yemeni children that do not deserve to be killed. 100%. That is that's a cause for celebration right there. Suck my dick, by the way, if you have a disagreement with me on that, okay? Every goddamn day I will celebrate that. Certainly, Saudi Arabia has a right to defend itself, but I've also been thinking, what's the proportionate response to the atrocities committed by Houthis? Just killing everyone in Yemen, I think. Just doing a genocide and a blockade. That's the proportionate response. Saudis have a right to defend themselves. What's the motive behind those attacks in Yemen? Sorry, I'm ignorant. Like what? Like Saudi Arabia's bombing campaign on Yemen? Or do you mean, what's the I don't know what your question is. I don't understand. What is this? Tweet about Georgia Tech's response to the Muslim students? Yeah. I really don't understand how you can see stuff like this and not understand what the purpose of it is with the ongoing American funding Israeli bombing campaign of 2 million that's already killed. I was going to look at this earlier today. Happening right now on Georgia Tech's campus, Hassan the Hun, they will not let the Muslim Student Association do anything more than bake sale for humanitarian aid, but are holding candlelight vigils and this shit for the people bombing civilians. The hypocrisy. It's super sad because every student who's not a rich white American is uncomfortable and does not feel safe on campus, and the administration is doing nothing but supporting Israel and Israeli students, which only makes Muslim students feel less safe in their own fucking campus. As usual, the people setting this up are silent about the 10,000 plus Palestinian civilians killed, the fact that Israel won't take back the hostages, Israel causing the second Nakba, and are only complaining about students tearing down some of the posters and the dirty looks they're getting. Adding y'all because my school won't do anything unless it's publicized. I have 40 followers. I don't know if Hassan or anyone else will even see my post. Please share. So I don't understand. They're not allowing the Muslim Student Association to do anything more than a bake sale. Video shorts for a video project called Dreams of Gaza by Mohammed Abu-Zirk. And Georgia Tech's campus. Google's open culture collides with the Israel-Hamas war. Google is a long hub for employee activism, including over the company's business with Israel. But workers are looking to express support for Palestinians. They will say they face hostility. Yeah, dude. Like, I watch the space quite a bit, right? I look at Stop Anti-Semitism all the time to see what they're doing. Sometimes they'll catch someone who's like actually a fucking anti-Semite. Someone who's literally like, I'm German. someone who's like working at Apple will say something along the lines of like, I'm German and the world will finally understand what Jews are doing or whatever the fuck, right? And like, that's actual anti-Semitism. And then the next day, I'll see like an Arab employee of Apple be like, hey, Palestinians are humans and we should help them. And they get fired too. It's fucking insane, dude. I wanted to show you, while we were on the subject of Houthis, there was like one funny video other than like the music video that we showed. The music video that we watched before. But the other video, there's two different videos. One is like the one where the Ansar, what was the name of the guy? Ansar Allah? Elon, you have the training video, but do you... Oh shit. Yes, I want to show the training video, which is kind of funny. But also I want to show like the first thing that they said when they launched attacks against Israel. Other days stop anti-Semitism video look like end wokeness level of propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, the leader of Ansar Allah was it came out and said that we want to walk through Saudi Arabia, but Saudi won't open their borders to us or something like that. Where the fuck was it? I'm trying to find it. The guy, he looks like he's like dripped up like a cowboy. In terms of Project Nimbus cloud contract, prevent them from stopping services due to boycott pressure. Was it the one that said we really don't know how we're gonna get into Gaza, but we'll figure something out? Oh yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Look at this. Look at this fucking video. They're walking over the Israeli. They're walking over the Israeli and the American flag.
وزين الولاة وعز الدين وسبل الأمن وهم شوكة الله في نحور الأعداء وسيفه المغوار البتار والموت الدائم للمعتدين والصدمة الكبرى للمنافقين فلله أنتم يا رجال الله وأنصار دينه ويا جيش الكرامة والرجولة.
Y'all laughing, but this is propaganda to show everyone to hate them even more and justify the bombings. I mean, first of all, this is a group of people that have literally been starved out. The reason why I'm showing you this is because they're a group of people that have been starved out and have literally withstood a genocide. Okay? Yeah. But I also want to show the reason why I wanted to show this is because like they are not very good at shooting, okay? Bro, this part is so bad. They're shooting water bottles into the sky. Anyway. They're trying their best given their circumstances. Exactly. That's not nothing a good training montage won't fix. All I'm saying, I mean, look, this was way better than that one, okay? I've already shown this before. This part lives in my brain permanently. The hey, 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 hey. It's like, I mean, nothing will be as cool as the DPRK training vids. I mean, we watch all of these, right? Stop platforming terrorist, dog. Listen, I don't hear you fucking chirping when I play the exact same thing that like when Americans do it or when fucking the Israeli forces do it. Shut the fuck up. Why are they using outdated Soviet weapons? Dude, they have nothing. Like, what do you mean? Again, blockade, genocide, nothing. Fuck. Also, I literally at the top of the hour, every hour, I used to play Black and Tans. Okay? Another terror group. I can't find the fucking the statement from them that is like scarred into my mind, talking about how they wanted to cross Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia did not open their gates for them, and that they you know, they're going to instill democracy or whatever. But listen, ultimately, these guys have nothing. Okay, they have nothing, and the fact that they're like blowing up a fucking American drone is pretty solid. I mean, more power to them for especially that. You know what I mean? More power to you for avoiding the top of the hour ad break, by the way, by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. I'm going to quickly run that here. Using Iran's weapons, isn't that amazing? I don't give a fuck whose weapons they're using at that point. I believe in emancipation for all peoples, okay? All around the world. Oh, here, this is what I was trying to find this. This is the one, yeah. Ansar Allah Politburo member Mohammed Bukaiti says, striking the Zionist entity made us feel warm and happy inside, and we were overjoyed when we heard the U.S. aircraft carriers were coming. We asked Saudi Arabia, despite being our enemy, to let us through their borders to fight in Palestine, but they refused, even though we were very excited to fight. We put international criticism at our feet. We will make you accept world peace against your will. There is a prevailing logic in the world that says that the weak should submit to the strong and that the poor should follow the rich. The logic is rejected by us in Yemen because we are a people who have dignity and pride. Now, part of the reason why this is happening is as I brought up, and my man is dripped up. Like, let's be real. Part of the reason why I brought this up is because, like, This is also a consequence of Chinese interest in the region and China engaging in normalization agreements between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which one of the first conditions was to end the blockade. Okay. Anyway. Didn't there used to be a socialist state in post-colonial Yemen? Yes, South Yemen. The People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. And before that, People's Republic of South Yemen. Can we all rethink our understanding of terrorism, please? We no longer need to follow the West lead on decide who's a terrorist. People, please think. Anyway. Is too bad China supports Israel just as much as the U.S. China supports Israel. They buy and sell weapons to one another and surveillance technology. However, China also has an interest in pushing against America's hegemonic power in the region. And one way to do that is, of course, by, beefing up slowly but surely allies of the Iranian axis. So that is something that you also need to consider. So while yes, they have an interesting relationship with the state of Israel, a trade relationship with the state of Israel that is important. Which, by the way, people will go, China doesn't buy weapons from Israel, but like, no, they don't buy weapons from Israel officially, okay? Because America does not want that to happen. Ultimately, the Chinese interest in Israel, or rather, the Chinese interest in the region, demands that America's power in the region weakens. So, of course, they're going to still posture and still technically increase support to those who are officially against Israel. One of which is, one of which, of course, is this is old. One of which, of course, is the ending the blockade to Yemen and Yemen opening up fire directly at Israel as a consequence of that, or being free to do whatever the fuck it wants. What is this? New Qassam Brigade video dropped. A selection of clashes with enemy forces in the north and south axis of Gaza City. These tanks look like sitting ducks. One thing to remember, I think, like, a lot of the tank blow-up footage, like, not to rain on anyone's parade, but, like, Merkava's a very thick armor as far as I understand it. So, like, a lot of the tank blow-up footage doesn't necessarily mean the tanks are completely... I mean, they're decommissioned, but that doesn't mean that, like, they're done. Also, I don't know if there's TOS in this. It's not the armor that's the problem. It's their APS system that can shoot the rockets out of air. Yeah, except the greatest way to fucking combat the APS system is by literally shooting 2 rockets, apparently, like with a 2-man team. Or go behind the tank because there's no infantry that accompanies the tanks because of IDF policy, I guess. And going up behind the tank and putting an explosive device on top of the APS system, the trophy system, and then blowing up the tank from afar. The APS doesn't work well within 50 yards, not enough time to react. You wonder who edits these videos for them? Yeah. Yeah, urban environments also are notoriously bad for tanks in general. A lot of fucking nooks and crannies that you can shoot at a behemoth and destroy it. Also, not every Merkava is equipped with trophies. Yeah, with the trophy system, yes. It is kind of wild to see this because it's like, yeah, if you had like, if there was like TikTok and social media during the Vietnam War, like the Viet Cong would 100,000% be posting clips like this. Most of the tanks aren't going to be penetrated by tandem RPGs, even if it gets through the trophy APS. The Merkava 3s and 4s have extremely thick modular armor, and the Namer APCs have even more armor. Yes, this is what I read as well. They're the most heavily armored vehicles on Earth, literally. Sending in tanks without infantry is suicidal. Yeah, the reason why they're doing it is because they don't want a single IDF person to be kidnapped or killed. So that's the reason why they don't send any infantry, and they've just beefed up the fucking armor. They've maxed out the armor, which it doesn't even matter because at the end of the day, no matter how fucking beefed up the armor is, ultimately it's still, you can still decommission it. This was said in 2006, and the Hezbollah destroyed the Merkava with a cornet. And then, so anyway, here's chat. Why are they called trophies? Yeah, the trophy is the armor system. Like it's the an immobilized tank is as good as destroyed. Extracting that tank would be very difficult to begin with, and then also on top of that, like you also have drones. I mean, there's a couple different things like that that completely prevent the IDF from having any kind of infantry out and about, because there's a lot of drones. Like you could just use civilian drones to drop grenades on top of an infantry unit, and that will destroy the fucking infantry unit, and they don't want to. They don't want to actually deal with it. What is this? Unbelievable bravery. This tank was destroyed by throwing a grenade into his barrel. What?
Allahu Akbar. Allah.
I feel like this is an old ass video, bro. This is like probably not recent. Yeah. The fucking... The rewind.
Only a few countries.
Because how many developed countries are actually going to run insurgency-style attacks on the air? Yeah, they do the Indian revive, which is, or rewind, sorry, which is a classic. Does an RPG work against the tank? Depends. Depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to stop the tank from moving, then yeah. It depends on the ammunition used. It depends on the type of tank you're shooting it at. It depends on what your goals are for the tank. If your goals are to stop the tank in its fucking tracks, then yeah, it's pretty good. You blow out the track, for example, and then it's over. That's like a fucking $10 million mistake standing in the middle of the fucking road. One thing to remember is that like they do have Iranian missiles, they have Iranian rockets as well that they use, but like a lot of the fucking rocket launchers that they're using, they like soldered inside of Gaza. For a bunch of guys who misfired and hit a hospital, they're pretty good with RPGs. I mean, it's a little different when you're considering an RPG versus like a fucking rocket that requires a shit ton of fuel when you don't even have enough fuel. So you like mix it with a bunch of other shit. 15% of the rockets that Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups fire actually end up misfiring. But this is a little bit different. This is a little bit... This is like a way more reliable conventional munition to use in a much shorter distance. No, not 50, 15. 15% of rockets misfire. Mainly depends on the thickness of the armor. Also, the IDF have many engineering vehicles ready to extract the mobility, killed ones, lost tracks. The main issue is ATGMs, which they are still well protected against, but more vulnerable to in some ways. Isn't the ATGM actually what the trophy system is for? Not necessarily these like these rockets. Like that's what the... Anyway, Nah, drones are a way bigger threat than modern tanks. This is in Gaza, yes. I like Seal Puncher saying, weren't you rabidly against people watching war footage in the Ukraine conflict? Yes, except in the first couple of weeks in Ukraine as well, I also watched military movements. So yeah. And even then, just like with Ukraine, I do have a policy to try and not fucking watch like the gross violence and the shitty porn of it all, like atrocities that Israeli civilians underwent, atrocities that the Gazans are experiencing. One, for terms of service violation reasons, and two, because I think it's like too much, don't show it out of respect to the victims in general. Video on Trophy APS capabilities. Here you go. Trophy active protection system for armored vehicles. I have to pee while this plays. For all of you war perverts. Shit looks like a mobile game ad, dude. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. This stream brought to you by World of Tanks. What chatter sent this? Elent News did. Our OSINT specialist in the chat. I've seen a military analyst say urban warfare in Gaza can't be won by the IDF and that it's idiotic. What's your take? I mean, listen, I'm not a fucking warfare specialist by any means. But everything I've read points to that reality because there's too many nooks and crannies, even within the rubble, to be able to fucking pop out of. The tunnel systems are intricate. They're designed specifically for ground invasions like this. The rocket systems are, I mean, the hidden rocket launch sites are designed specifically so that you can, hit as hard as you can into Israel. But also the tunnel system itself is perfect for urban warfare, and counterinsurgency is in an urban environment is so difficult that even America has a hard time. Also, he said the IDFs are fatties and won't stand the heat while in action. Okay, that's not a military analyst that you saw. That's Felix Biederman levels of takes. But yeah. Another totally real Hamas phone call. This is, of course, an utterly repulsive and ham-fisted attempt to justify their murder streak against ambulances, but why do you keep trotting out bullshit audio? This feels like it's the one guy trying to justify his position within the press office.
لا يا اخوان مش عارف قادر اطلع معي يا عم في خاف خليه يجيك ياخذك نازلك على الضوء.
Dude, come on. Yo, it's literally the meme, dude. Dude, okay, listen. In all of these, in the face of all this atrocity, in the face of the war crimes that Israel's committing, we must also, thank Israel for at least creating a moment of laughter, okay? This is literally the joke that I've been making about a fucking Hamas terrorist being like, oh, I hate how moral Israel is. They are the most moral army. I love using human shield. What the fuck? Habibi, I love to use human shield. Prep the ambulance. Aha, I have the most ambulances. He literally said, no, man, I have ambulances. Habibi, I use ambulance like taxi. Also, Israeli foreign minister IDF spokesman is so hot. I hate it. I hate how hot he is. Ahmed, I hate the propaganda that they're making in the IDF. They should get, God, their propaganda is so good. They deserve more money. They should get, Benjamin Netanyahu should really consider giving them more money. Maybe a raise on their salary, Habibi. It pains me to say this. Israel is the most moral army on the planet.
لا يا اخوان الشفاف قاعد اطلع معي يا عم في خافات خليه يجيك ياخذك ينزلك على باب الدار.
He will take you and bring you to their house. Brother, there are ambulances that go and come back. I can go with any ambulance. If you won't be able to start the car, there won't be ambulances where you are. Talk to me ASAP so I can send you an ambulance. No, my brother, I can leave with any ambulance that I want, man. This is so fucking stupid. This, of course, is an utterly repulsive and ham-fisted attempt to justify their murder streak against ambulances. But why do you keep trotting out bullshit audio, Felix says? This feels like it's one guy trying to justify his position within the press office. It is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Anyway, in the 27 Arabic dialects, no one talks like this, and none refers to ambulance by saying safety. This is like omega fake. This isn't even funny. This part, this is one part. The other thing that they do is also, does anyone in the chat have this one? The other thing that they do is like they'll have like a Hamas guy under duress who's like very clearly offering testimony that he's been fed to say. I'm originally Palestinian. They nailed the accent. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Some chatters are saying that the accent is pretty good. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we talked about the Edward the Said like excerpt from his book making fun of how like the Palestinians that are captured by the IDF will like make fun of the. Yeah, no, I know. This is pretty funny. Israeli, Jewish, and Muslim soldiers praying side by side, and they're coming for you, Hamas terrorists. First of all, Jews and Muslims do not pray in the same direction. Okay. I guess like, well, one faces the West Wall, right? And then the other faces Mecca, except they would face the same direction, I guess, like depending on where they're at, but not in Israel. So, but regardless, he's wearing sunglasses, his shoes on, fucking bullshit. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. There's nothing wrong with the accent on this one, but there's no indication that these guys are Hamas whatsoever. It's just two people talking about going home. I have trouble believing Hamas operates go home during all this, and the whole thing just sounds like an obvious attempt to say what they want them to say. Yeah. Not the Edward Said clip. The one I want to show. The one I want to show is not the Edward Said clip. The one I want to show you is actually. The clip I wanted to show you was the classic thing that they do also, where they'll have like Shin Bet sit and yes, Baba made me food. They'll have Shin Bet sit and fucking give like testimony, and the testimony is widely understood by at least like the Israeli outlets that I read regularly to be more so a tactic to like embarrass the Hamas leadership and like demoralize them. They'll make them say stuff like, "You're not real Muslims. We're just like ISIS." It also is like to reinforce the messaging that that corresponds to whatever the fuck like the IDF is saying, like whatever the propaganda is. So they'll make them say like, "Yeah, we're exactly like ISIS," shit like that. Yeah, I was looking for the new Shin Bet video interrogation of the dude that they got saying like, "Yeah, we use ambulances all the time. We use ambulances all the time. We love using ambulances to fucking transport our troops or whatever." Anyway, how fucking evil is this human shield bullshit at its core? Even if it's true, it isn't. Oh, they really think the government soldiers who decides fuck the shields is the good guy? The thing is, human shields is a specific charge that requires specific evidence, and human rights groups like the Human Rights Watch have looked into it and found that it's bullshit, a catch-all post hoc rationalization for killing civilians. See this 2009 report. There's, I think, like 1 or 2 instances where they've actually seen legitimate, like a legitimate cause for the human shield narrative. But of course, that's all Israel needs to like run with this narrative. They don't even need it, really. In the killings documented in this report, Human Rights Watch found no evidence that the civilian victims were used by Palestinian fighters as human shields or were shot in the crossfire between opposing forces. In each of the incidents, the Israeli forces appeared in control and Palestinian fighters had left the area in question. Civilian victims were in plain view and posed no apparent security threat. Guys, if you want to understand, I was trying to get confirmation from my journalist buddies on this specifically. The IDF posted this, okay? The IDF posted this video talking about how this was an airstrike that killed a group of terrorists inside of a restaurant. The group of terrorists inside of the restaurant was Abd al-Rahman, the owner of the best pizza restaurant in Gaza, Italiano. He opened the restaurant after spending years trying to find a job in his domain as he holds an engineering degree from Spain. Israel murdered him and his family sheltering at the restaurant. Then they showed it. They showed the fucking footage as though they had killed a group of terrorists. Raid del PSOE. Oh, thank you. Anuj Bust. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good one. PSOED. Oh, this is the one. This is the funniest fucking. Here. This is the funniest one. The Jews don't attack ambulances. This is one of the quotes from ISA's investigations of Hamas terrorists who took part in the October 7th attack. The video shows captured terrorists divulging into regarding Hamas's exploitation of ambulances to benefit the group's activities. Like, come on, dog. Like, a lot of these guys are analysts, right? They do this for a living, and yet they just still somehow miss the mark on shit like this. Like, read a single outlet that's not like fucking, I don't know, read Times of Israel or read Haaretz, not Jerusalem Post. And you will come to the conclusion that, like, everybody pretty much understands that this is not a reliable testimony, and it's simply done specifically to beef up the narrative that, like, IDF is making, or also to humiliate and embarrass, like, the Hamas leadership, to break their will, basically, to get them sitting there and saying stuff like, yeah, we are bad, we're the worst terrorists you've ever seen, we are worse than ISIS, this is not real Islam. You know what I mean?
سليم عمر سليم أبو عياد.
اوكي من وين في غزة؟
من رفح.
Alumno banned this guy? Who is this guy?
عامر سامي مرزوق أبو غوش.
من وين؟
غزة التفاح.
انت نخبة صح؟
اه.
من امتى انت في النخلة؟
تقريبا من 8 شهور لسنة.
حسان حسين زود.
من وين انت؟
من رفح الشبورة.
شو وظيفتك انت حكيت لي انت طالب صح؟ قد عمرك على فكرة؟
21
21 طالب لايش؟
طالب تمريض كلوريس تمريض.
اوكي وشو وظيفتك في القسم؟
مسعف.
يعني مسعف ايش السرية؟
لا الفصيل.
الفصيل؟
مو من عيد مبارك سويركي.
من وين؟
جحرديك غزة جحرديك.
وانت تنظمت اللي
قبل سنة ونص.
سنة ونص عم نخبر.
صحيح.
لما دخلت في 7 أكتوبر على إسرائيل شو كانت المهمة تبعك؟
خطف.
هذه تعليمات.
صحيح.
احكي لي عن الدورة هذه اللي سوتها بالنسبة لإسعاف.
احتلال.
هذه دورة اسمها دورة المسعف، دورة ضباط وسائقي إسعاف.
Yes, I banned the guy.
من الهلال الأحمر؟
لا مش الهلال، هو في الهلال بيعمل نفس الدورة هذه بس هي لا عند الخدمات العسكرية.
اوكي.
في منا كان نص مدني ونص قسام. أجا مدير الخدمات العسكرية اللي
Yeah, like, this is no more reliable than when, like, Hamas will have fucking people come out, or not even Hamas, but, like, you know, when, like, ISIS will have, like, or any number of, like, different America's foreign adversaries, when they have, like, hostages, they'll have people come out and be like, oh yeah, we're bad. Just like the Israeli hostages. Like, it's not going to be entirely reliable. It's just for propaganda. It's for propaganda purposes. It's only important as far as like whether it corresponds to other people saying these exact same things from the same side. Like, even when we looked at the Israeli hostages and their testimony, not under duress, but hostages in their testimony when they were in captivity, I said the same thing. What they're saying doesn't matter. What they're saying is identical to what they're saying is identical to what the Israelis that were literally victims in the kibbutz attacks and what they have said so far, and their family members have said so far in Israel. But yeah, this stuff is obviously laughable. You would not be able to use it in a court of law. And it's always funny when they're like, Hamas, we love using ambulances. Israel, on the other hand, they hate attacking ambulances, but we're forcing their hand to attack the ambulances. And then people that are just like really invested in the narrative will sit there and be like, see, there it is. Hello, I'm a terrorist. I love driving ambulances with Hamas in them. The IDF says the pizza guy that was killed was a legit target. On the 24th of October, 2023, the IDF reportedly killed Abed al-Rahman, deputy commander of the Nusayrat battalion, who had led the Be'eri massacre. Turns out, it wasn't that at all. It was a fucking dude with a pizza shop. I did confirm that the dude with the pizza shop was actually killed with a reporter who has contacts inside of Gaza. That confirmed that that was a pizza shop, and the dude who was killed in that attack was the owner of the pizza shop. So just remember that when you fucking hear shit like that. It's also very difficult to go after every single piece of information. But here, according to Chief National Security Correspondent for Fox News, breaking, U.S. military just carried out airstrikes in Eastern Syria, says a U.S. military source. Are they claiming the terrorist was hiding in the pizza store, or did they just get the wrong guy in the wrong place? No, they nuked another goddamn fucking restaurant with civilians in it and then claimed that there was a terrorist guy in there. That's it. Using human shields cannot be a catch-all for any militia or insurgency group that operates among the civilian population. That's not what the term means, at least legally speaking. Here. It's none of this works if you think that the humans are actually humans and not more so ideologically minded shields, okay? Yeah, I did see this. Hold on. Yeah. Israel took away half of my heart in one day. My uncle, Abdurrahman Abu Emara, and his siblings, Saleh and Abdullah Abu Emara, are all educated men with master's degrees from European universities. They came back to Gaza to find a job, but there was nothing for them. They started their business out of nothing and slowly grew their brand to be one of the most popular pizza restaurants in Gaza. The restaurant started out as a small shop and then grew to a 4-floor restaurant. My uncles are one of the sweetest men on this earth. Israel took them away from me in one sweep. Whenever someone came into the restaurant with no money and is hungry, they would give him food without asking for anything in return. They have a pure, clean, gold hearts. They could have stayed in the West, but instead they returned to their land to support their parents, my grandparents, and their sisters, my aunts, and to be by their side. My grandpa is an educated lawyer and a professor. Palestinians are also very highly educated too. He was the dean of College of Law in the Al-Azhar University, which was also bombed by Israel this month. All of them are married to beautiful and well-mannered women with beautiful children. My uncles barely got the chance to enjoy their new homes, furnished with the best quality furniture from Turkey and an interior design out of a movie. It was all gone. Israel bombed their only source of living and happiness. They all had dreams and a future waiting for them. The bombings have killed both of my grandparents and all three of my uncles, the owners of this restaurant. And then they turned around and said there was a fucking military commander. Well-mannered woman is a wild phrase, though. You're right, dude. We should actually fucking tone police a Palestinian person whose like family was just ethnically cleansed off this map. Good call. Like, that's what you hyper-focus on, dude? I love feminism. I love white feminism, dude. Fuck yeah. I love white feminism. Please inject it directly into my fucking veins, dude. Holy moly. Anyway, let's move on.
Tonight,
we're going to talk about some other shit. Talked about Rashida Tlaib. Also, The ultimate snub.
Thank you for having us over. Thank you.
The Pete Buttigieg is in Kyiv. Pete Buttigieg is in Kyiv. You just got Buttigieged. We were going to talk about the fucking racist-ass cartoon. But here, let's watch the Channel 4 embed.
The war-ravaged outskirts of embattled Gaza City. An apocalyptic landscape now firmly under the control of Israeli soldiers. We're here with members of Infantry Division 828. The most intense fighting of this bloody conflict is beginning now in the heart of this city. Under the watch of Israeli soldiers, desperate Gazan civilians, whole families, some holding white flags, are fleeing.
Literally the Nakba. This is almost identical to how this happened in the Nakba as well. This is an evacuation. You're watching ethnic displacement happening.
Their homes for the south. One man drags an elderly woman along in a chair. As its assault ramps up, Israel has warned residents to leave the city along this road and during specific times of the day. Hamas has called on them to stay. The exodus is a deeply uncomfortable sight. We're not allowed by the military to go any closer. But coming here with them is the only way for foreign journalists.
That's sick. I'm glad they're having fun and laughing at one another, laughing alongside
to get a first-hand glimpse of this deadly conflict.
You call this a humanitarian corridor. A lot of people watching will see it as the forced displacement of a population being subjected to brutal collective punishment. How would you respond?
First, I don't remember. I haven't called the people in the Be'eri kibbutz that has been slaughtered, that has been raped, that has been did the most hated crimes that human can do.
Oh, dude, never mind. Okay. Yeah, no. 1 million people in fucking North Gaza deserve to be ethnically displaced. Got it. Yeah, no, it's their crimes. You're so right. Dude, I love this fucking argument, dude. I love it. It's great. Yeah, no, it's their crimes. You're right.
To other had a human corridor over there when they have murdered 1,200 people over there. What we think over here is an attempt made by the IDF to save the people of Gaza from Hamas itself and to help the people of Gaza save their lives by separating between them and the Hamas terrorists.
We see 2 Palestinian men detained, accused of acting suspiciously. The UN says 15,000 people fled south just yesterday, though tens of thousands of others still remain. Soldiers call out in Hebrew in case some of the 240 Israeli hostages are being smuggled out too. Footage filmed on the Salahuddin Road by Palestinian journalists gives you a true sense of scale. There are young, there are old, clutching whatever's left of their lives. Across Gaza, 1.5 million people, 3/4 of the population, have been displaced from their homes. Israel blames Hamas for hiding amongst civilians.
So, whenever you see footage from Gaza, you will always hear this weird sound in the background, like a lawnmower is always on. That's drones, low-flying drones, constantly.
Civilians, but the anger here is directed at those dropping the bombs.
There was shelling and bombardment all night long. We have disabled people. We left our home because the whole area was evacuated. We moved to the schools, but the schools weren't safe either. We didn't have any food or water. There is no life in Gaza.
This is the hell they're running from. the home of the Al-Dakas family in Gaza City, reduced to rubble in an Israeli strike. Israel says it's killing Hamas commanders. But where should Gaza's children, Gaza's parents, go? Fleeing south is no guarantee of safety.
Forcible displacement of a massive population of people is also not only a war crime, but also a genocide. Telltale sign, just pointing that out really quickly for those of you who are like annoying legal Andys in the chat. I mean, it's horrifying.
This, a hospital in Khan Yunis, where many have fled to. Back with the Israeli military, we're heading to another location inside Gaza. Access around the strip is tightly controlled. The army has reviewed our footage to prevent sensitive operational details being broadcast. For the soldiers here, reeling like the rest of Israeli society from the massacre of October the 7th, this feels a war against an existential threat. Suddenly, not far from us, a clash with Hamas fighters erupts.
The fighting at times has been pretty intense here. You can hear gunshots ringing out around me. It's been even more fierce further inside Gaza. We're going to have to leave here now. But Israel still doesn't have a real plan on what happens next here in Gaza, even if and when Hamas is defeated.
The press thing is so funny. Because, like, literally, if you're, like, a serious journalist, you're basically just, like, shit-talking them to their face. You know what I mean? He's like, these men have no idea what they're doing. Their entire goal is ethnic cleansing. Faced against the large civilian population, all they can do is sit in their tanks. You know what I mean? Like, the air-conditioned tanks provide ample cover. Like, just funny to think, like, while he's literally there under IDF protection, because the inverse of that would be getting killed. Like, remember, chat, the IDF only allows journalists to go into Gaza as embed units, and they have complete control over their footage. Why? You think they can't have people on the Gazan side? No, of course. They can't, because the IDF will kill them.
Lieutenant Colonel Gilad Pasternak, who's escorting us, has buried 20 of his friends, soldiers and civilians, in the past month. He's fought in 2 previous wars in Gaza. We drive back into Israel together, along the same roads Hamas used on October the 7th.
Are you confident that in 5 years, a decade's time, 2 decades' time, your children won't be here where you are, fighting this same war?
I have a 2-year-old son at home and 2 weeks daughter, baby girl at home. I don't know if they had to fight in Gaza. I hope they won't. But I can tell you that if I want to be fighting in Gaza today, they won't be here in the next decade to fight nobody.
Israel's vast military superiority means they might well win this war. But with deep-rooted Palestinian anger and resentment spiraling, who can believe that will bring an end to this decades-old conflict?
It won't. There's no way. You cannot bomb a problem. All wars, for some weird reason, people forget this. First of all, this is not a war. It's ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing. But all wars, even if you were to call it a war, end with a treaty, okay? They end with a peace treaty. They end with ceasefires and negotiations, conditional surrender. So no matter what happens, at the end of the day, there is a political solution that must be brought to the table. The difference is Israel already fucking occupies the space. They control everything going in and everything going out. They surveil it nonstop. Can you negotiate with Hamas? Of course you can negotiate with Hamas. You can negotiate with anyone, dude. That's so fucking stupid. We literally negotiated, quote unquote, with the fucking Nazis, the Japanese. We negotiated with, Israel has negotiated with Hamas already. We've negotiated with the Taliban. Because there is no way to bomb people and then like break their will, especially if they have nowhere else to go. It's really stupid. It's so stupid to think that, like, it's so arrogant and so stupid to think that this ends by just, like, bombing enough Palestinian children. Like, this assumption is psychotic. It's just so arrogant. So fucking arrogant. Updates on the strike from Fitux. 2 U.S. F-15s hit a weapons storage facility in Eastern Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups, U.S. Secretary of Defense says. Israel also struck a Lebanese Hezbollah weapons depot earlier this morning. I guess last night in their time. My brother is in Canada and was arrested for chanting from the river to the sea. Jesus fucking Christ. A Calgary man has been arrested for allegedly causing a disturbance and using an anti-Semitic phrase as part of the pro-Palestinian protest outside City Hall on Sunday. That's nuts. We clarified that it'd be okay to continue to use it on our protest on Sunday, so we did. CPS said during the protest, the man took a stage and addressed some of the crowd and acknowledged the conversation with police. He then proceeded to repeatedly use an anti-Semitic phrase while encouraging the crowd to follow along, CPS said in a statement. Hate speech is defined by the criminal code as complex and several contextual factors must be considered before charges can be laid. What is the fucking... What was it? What was the phrase? We learned later that they accused him of making an offensive anti-Semitic comments for uttering a protest chant that has been a Palestinian call for liberation for decades. JFP and Salah said organizations stand opposed to all forms of racism, including anti-Semitism campaign for freedoms and Palestinians in the Middle East. It was just from the river to the sea. God, I fucking hate this. I hate this so much. These fucking dipshits in Canada literally had a Waffen SS Nazi they give a standing ovation to. And then they turn around and go, you should go to jail for saying Palestinians deserve to be free. If that's anti-Semitic because Hamas says it, then so is free Palestine. Palestine will be free. It's so stupid. Yeah, exactly. And so is like Allahu Akbar. You know what I mean? Everything Hamas says is technically now associated with everything that you could say. Greg Buttfeld, what's he talking about? Let's see. All right, we'll get back to this.
When you vote regarding abortion, if this is how it happens, fine, right? You can now discuss it as an act and not a right. It's no longer a constitutional right, so you can have one and you can live with it. But we can still talk about it. It's a loss. It's a denial of transformational change. It's a decision for most people. I'm not talking about specifics, but for most people, done out of fear. But we no longer have to pretend it's anything more than that. We don't have to have political discussions about rights. Abortion is based on a fear that is greater than the actual reality. And if you don't believe me, talk to somebody who had a baby and then think.
Bro, they have nothing. There's no way to adequately triangulate on this issue. So they're just fucking throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. It's that
Think
simple.
about how they were before they had the baby. That's called a transformational change, right? The woman becomes a different woman than she was before when abortion was an option. And that drives the fear. Once you see that, you can't unsee it, right? It's the best anti-abortion argument out there, and no one is making it. People do have their reasons for abortions. You mentioned a very, very tragic and ugly one. But people make decisions out of their careers or maybe their relationship. The person they're dating isn't the person they want to marry. But underneath all that is a fear of this transformational change. And if you admit that, that might actually move you to maybe a different stance than you have now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Okay. All right. Let's see what Hillary Clinton had to say.
It did, yeah. Well, we're very lucky to have you now, following yesterday's results, but also 1 year out from the presidential election. Yeah. So last night unequivocally had some major wins for Democrats. Abortion is hands down an incredibly motivating issue, but there are a number of polls out there that spell real trouble for President Biden. I'm curious if there's a disconnect between perhaps the brand of the Democratic Party and President Biden. And I think one thing you and I agree on is Donald Trump is an existential threat to this country. But is Joe Biden, when 4 out of 5 battleground polls have him losing to Trump, the best person to take him on?
Yes, he is. And he's done a really good job as president. And, you know, I like to evaluate people in public life.
Bro, this is crazy. Why are they doing this? Do they want Biden to be even less liked? What is happening? Bro, Brandon ain't doing too hot right now. Why are you putting the Clinton kiss of death on him?
Life on what have they gotten done for us? And, you know, you look at his record, despite all of the odds, he's really produced positive results. But more than that, we are a year out. And if you go back and look at comparable presidencies, Barack Obama was behind at this point in his reelection. My husband was behind at this point in his reelection. You know, until the candidates, the nominees are actually chosen, people are always saying, well, maybe there's somebody better out there. Let me look over here. You know, oh, I see somebody I like, or I just saw, you know, him give a speech or her position. That's natural. But what I think is important is that, as you say, Alyssa, that Joe Biden is not only proved that he's done a good job, but look at the alternative and look at what we would face as a country. And I think the election results yesterday should be very good news for President Biden. Yes. And
the election results have nothing to do with Brandon. Unless he gets younger somehow. Because the reason why people don't like Brandon has nothing to do with Israel, by the way. Maybe in Michigan, but like, other than that, people are fine with the way he's dealing with Israel. Let's be real. Americans don't give a fuck about dead Palestinians. The reason why people are mad at Brandon is because of the economy and also because he's old as fuck.
Why do you think that's true? Just because he's convicted. They don't believe anything now. Why would they believe that?
There are some that will change their vote. That is exactly what these polls have shown. You know, I think when you are, look, it's...
Did you see the approval rating among people that voted for the abortion issue in Ohio? Biden is 30 points underwater. Oh, my God.
Any kind of relationship, when you're 100% committed, it's really hard to say you were wrong.
Yeah. Yes,
you know, people go, why are you still with this guy? And you're just like, well, you know,
Bro, Israel has to be a factor for young leftists? No, young leftists are such a tiny fucking population when you look at it from who's a likely voter. Okay, I'm talking, when I put my electoral hat on, I'm talking about something entirely different. Anything that I say here, anything that I chirp about here, is all fucking gone away, okay? Do not think about that. Think about, no, every single person in here votes. That doesn't mean anything. It's 20,000 people dispersed across the entire fucking planet, not even just America. Every single person in here votes. Almost every single person in here will most likely end up voting for Brandon, whether they feel, embarrassed by it or not. will maybe won't even admit it. Like, this is so stupid. Just, it doesn't matter. You're saying, no, I won't. Whatever. Sure. Yeah. My point is, this doesn't move the needle. We are like a very tiny, slim voting block that is not exactly all too significant in the grand scheme of things. If we were, Bernard Sanders would have defeated everyone in both of the primaries. A lot of people forget that the major reason why Bernie Sanders was so successful in 2016 was because he was a protest vote against Hillary Clinton. The reason why he was not capable of reaching the same level of popularity the second time around was, one, obviously because of full-scale attack from the DNC, Barack Obama, solidifying the entirety of the playing field against Bernie Sanders and propping up his guy. But the reality is, Bernie Sanders, in spite of his popularity, wasn't as successful. One, because the caucuses were gone, and two, because he wasn't up against someone who was like incredibly unpopular, like Hillary Clinton. So, one, this is the reason why it's fucking hilarious that Hillary Clinton is talking about, like, well, people end up voting for whoever the Democrat is anyway. It's like, yeah, except they didn't. And that's why you lost, dumbass. The idea that, like, Joe Biden should not be thinking about his polls a year out when 75% of his party has consistently said that he should not run again is unimaginably stupid. Especially when looking at the exit polls. You could say they're unreliable, right? Right to abortion exit poll, 60% of females, 53% of males. Legalize marijuana. Where's the rest of it? Where's the, hold on. These are the two ballot measures, but do you have the, where's the Biden, oh, here. 77% of 18 to 29 voted for right to abortion. That's crazy. Black men, black women, 80%, 88%. White men, 50%. White women, 56%. This is huge. They make up 45% of the fucking entire the voting population. And 56% of them fucking voted to protect abortion. This is huge. They're losing the Karen coalitions, right? Anyway, as far as education goes, do you think of yourself as a Democrat? 35% Republican, 33% independent, 64% say they're independent or something else. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. No matter how you voted today, do you usually think of yourself as a Republican? 82% say, oh, this is yes and no. Okay, never mind. It's 35% of the population is Republican, 32% is Democrat, and 33% is independent or something else. 64% of the independents voted for abortion. Even 18% of reliable Republican voters voting for protecting abortion is crazy. White, born again, or evangelical Christian? No, 71%. 24% of evangelical Christians or white born again Christians voted to protect abortion. Wow. How do you feel about the way Joe Biden's handling his job as president? Strongly approve. 94% voted yes, obviously, but the strong approvers were 15% of the population. Somewhat approvers were 24% of the population. Strongly disapprovers were 46% of the population. And somewhat disapprovers were 13%. So somewhat the strongly disapproval has the majority. at 59%. How do you feel about the way Joe Biden is handling his job as president? Strongly or somewhat approve, 39% of the population. And amongst them, who are the nopers on this that approve of Joe Biden? That's so funny. Like 8%. 8% of people who say they strongly or somewhat approve voted to not protect abortion. What the fuck? Who are these people? God, I love American politics. It's so fucking stupid. Abortion should be illegal, 61%. Abortion should be illegal, 5%. Of those who said abortion should be illegal voted to protect abortion. How do you feel about the Supreme Court decision? Enthusiastic, 7% from the Yeppers. Who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? The Democratic Party, 94%. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? The Yeppers believe overwhelmingly in the Democratic Party. Do you think, oh, here it is. Do you think Joe Biden should be running for president in 2024? 24% said yes. 73% said no. %46 of those who fucking voted to preserve, to protect abortion rights said Joe Brandon should not run for president in 2024. That's almost half of the population. That is almost half the population of no voters. I mean, yes voters. That's crazy. It's not half. You said it in reverse. It's almost half. Not 46% of people who said yes. It's 46% of people said he shouldn't run. Yes. Sorry. I meant 46% of the people who said Joe Biden shouldn't run, almost half of the people that said Joe Biden shouldn't run, voted to save abortion. To save abortion rights. That's fucking insane. Anyway, so shit is really popping, looking real bad. I wish there was a law that people over 65 cannot run for President Lamau. What has more bipartisan support than Joe Biden shouldn't run in 2024? Nothing. Nothing in the country is as unequivocally as popular as protecting abortion, 75% to 24, or usually, and also Joe Biden shouldn't run, 75% to 25% usually. This is like the two things that Americans are united on in overwhelming numbers. Joe Biden should not run again, and we have to protect abortion. But hey, guys, don't look at that. As Hillary Clinton says, it's fine.
I thought he would do this, or I liked what he did there, and it's hard for people to separate. And I did say, and I believe this, and there are a lot of other people, not just me, saying this. Liz Cheney said it recently, that there's a kind of cult-like dimension here. Yeah. You know, he's like a walking id. You know, in psychology, you've got the ego and the superego and the id. And so a lot of people go, oh, man, did you hear what he said? It's like watching a constant entertainment show. And so people get hooked into that, and they don't want to give it up because it is, you know, kind of entertaining and interesting.
To watch the chaos. I think that your loss to Trump in 2016 will go down in history as one of the most pivotal times in our country, one of the most pivotal moments.
Yeah. Fucking smoking on that Hillary Clinton pack. Get wrecked, bozo. Imagine fucking losing to the guy you thought was the easiest to beat. Okay? Yeah, it will go down in history as one of the worst L's of all time. Hillary Rodham Clinton, more like Hillary L. Clinton, okay? Rodham.
In our country. And it's still reeling from, you know, Trump's policies, I think, and the deep divisions that he sowed in this country. What, in your view, would happen if he were to be reelected?
Oh, I can't even think that, because I think it would be the end of our country as we know it. And I don't say that lightly. You know, I hated losing, and I especially hated losing to him because I had seen so many warning signals during the campaign. But I immediately said, look, we have to give him a chance. We've got to support, you know, the president we have. And I meant it. And
Bitch, no, you didn't. You did not see the warning signals. Ma'am, what are you doing? Get bored? Somebody got bored. If you saw the warning signals, then, you know, you should have tried harder. If people want to go down the Hillary road again, we might as well do my idea and have Martha Stewart run. She would get more done and world leaders won't pre-hate her. You still get your old white lady libs. Oh my God, that's actually a fire idea. Martha Stewart for prison reform.
And I tried really hard. And then literally from his inauguration on, it was nothing but, you know, accusing people of things, making up facts, denying the size of the crowd at his own inauguration. And everything that I worried about, I saw unfolding. And so I think that
she's such a piece of shit that, like, she can't even fucking be like the Muslim ban. You know what I mean? Like, the first thing that she talks about is the crowd size. I fucking despise liberals, dude. Like, there are objectively awful fascist policies that Trump immediately chose to implement. Like, you could just do that, but he's like, he lied about the crowd sizes.
He'd be even worse now. Yeah. Because he was somewhat restrained, believe it or not, in the first term by people who he hired because he thought they would go along with him, and they stood up to him.
Why do you think
and those brave boys that were also like the architects of the family separation policy, for example, now write books about how fucking sad they are. So, you know, God, I hate her. I hate her. I hate our corporate elite. She's such an obvious piece of shit. She's such an obvious, like, aberration. Not even aberration, actually. She's a manifestation of America's, like, out-of-touch corporate elite.
Now he is going to, if he were ever near the Oval Office again, find people who have no principles, no conscience, who are totally tied, you know, to his fortunes, literally, and therefore would do whatever he said. And so the wreckage is almost unimaginable. You know, when I was Secretary of State, I used to talk about one and done. And what I meant by that is that people would get legitimately elected, and then they would try to do away with elections and do away with opposition and do away with a free press. And you could see it in countries where, well, Hitler was duly elected. That's right. Right? And so all of a sudden, somebody with those tendencies, those dictatorial, authoritarian tendencies, would be like, oh, okay, we're going to shut this down. We're going to throw these people in jail. And they didn't usually telegraph that. Trump is telling us what he intends to do.
We need to listen to
Take him at his word. The man means to throw people in jail who disagree with him.
I mean, you can't even say that. You never went to jail. Like, that's like one Trump era campaign promise that I fucking will never forgive him on. You know what I mean? Like, he said he was going to lock your ass up, and he didn't even do it. He's so bitch made. And you know who's locking his ass up? Joe Brandon. Just saying.
Shut down legitimate press outlets. Do what he can to literally undermine the rule of law and our country's values.
He will use the military to stop protesters.
He's going to do it.
Anyway. Politicians don't want to start the conversation about actual policies because they don't want their own books open in the public eye. Imagine no lie seeing Hillary getting thrown in jail by Trump would have been content. 100%. Anyway, yeah, lock them up. All right, stage is set for the third Republican debate tonight. Donald Trump is not going to be there. We might watch it.
Republican presidential candidates go head-to-head for the third time. A slightly smaller field will take the stage in Miami with only 5 contenders qualifying, and former President Trump will sit this one out again. Let's bring in ABC.
I mean, who the fuck wants to watch Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Ronald McDonald DeSantis, and you know, 45-year-old virgin over here. My baby girl sitting out again. Oh, you mean fucking what's his face? I forgot. Doug Burgum. I can't believe I forgot his name. Like I forgot the top of the hour ad break, bro. What is happening to me? As a Burgomaniac, it brings me no pleasure to report to you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And maybe there's a burger head out there who has Doug Burgum's own net worth, you know, a couple billion, that can gift you a subscription. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
News senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott in Miami. Rachel, besides former President Trump, this field of candidates, it's smaller. It's now down to 5. So who are some of the standouts you're looking out for tonight?
Yeah, smaller field of candidates, and in fact, this is the smallest stage yet that we have seen for the Republican presidential primary debate.
No! No, don't post that. No, I can't believe I clicked on it. Fuck. Dude, that's first alien version of Michael Pence. Asa Hutchinson. I call him Ada.
Anyway. You got 5 candidates all on the stage tonight, but all eyes will be on 2 candidates specifically. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former Governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley. Now, of course, DeSantis, he's on his home turf here in Florida. He has been known as the top rival to former President Donald Trump, but he has been slipping in the polls, and Nikki Haley has been gaining momentum. And so these two have already been clashing on a number of different issues, but mainly foreign policy when it comes to how the U.S. should be responding to China and also the war in Israel. You can definitely expect some sharp attacks and fireworks between those two tonight, Diane.
Big in yesterday's elections. How do you think those results could factor into what we hear from the candidates tonight?
I think abortion will definitely be a topic that is hit on tonight on the debate stage, especially when you have this divide in the Republican Party, looking at what not only happened in Ohio last night with voters voting to ensure access to abortion in that state. We saw something similar in the conservative state of Kansas just a few months ago, that when abortion is on the ballot, even in states where Republicans have had significant gains, you do see voters rally behind protecting access to abortion in several of these cases. So you can definitely expect that to be an issue. We know Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he backs the 6-week abortion ban in this state. He also supports a 15-week nationwide abortion ban. On the other...
What is this Ramaswamy deleted tweet? The fuck? Why are you showing me that? Rhonda is so cooked. Trump holds a 39-point lead over DeSantis in a Florida poll. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, just stop. Just dude, resign in disgrace. Okay? Resign in disgrace. Resign. This is the only thing you can do. Do not be the governor anymore. Skip, go, put yourself in jail. Like, 39-point lead in your own goddamn state. This is worse than Elizabeth Warren versus Bernie Sanders in Massachusetts, folks. This is, holy moly, that's bad. Bro, it's over. It's over. Let it go. Let it go. Donald Trump, literally, we only hear from Donald Trump because he has a gag order right now. We only hear from him when he's at court yelling at the media about how, like, gay his judge is. And he still has a 39-point lead. Come on, dog. It's crazy how much DeSantis dropped the ball. No, I've been saying this from fucking day one, dude. I told you this was going to happen. Ron DeSantis has none of the riz. It's like Pete Buttigieg trying to do Obama. Okay? Like, you can't do Obama if you're not Obama. Ron DeSantis has none of the swag of Donald Trump. And only focus on the culture war shit in a way that is, like, really gross and annoying. Just like I told you, Vivek Ramaswamy. Like, at first I thought he can maybe land on the fucking pro-Trump train a little bit. And that kept him alive to, like, make it to this debate even. But he's too annoying of a fucking debate pervert for people to look at that and go, yeah, no, that's my guy. Well, one, he's also Indian. So obviously, like, in the Republican primaries especially, like, Americans are going to be like, no, the fuck, I'm not voting for that guy. Get out of here. What God does he believe in? But also, on top of that, like, because a Republican could foresee themselves voting for a black guy, but an Indian guy, they don't really understand. Like, they have no way of contextualizing, like, what kind of racist attitudes they have towards an Indian dude. You know what I mean? So, like, while many Republicans are white supremacists and angry at black people in general, like, he needed to Nikki Haley himself. Yeah, but you can't do that. Nikki Haley's also, like, very white passing. Nikki Haley is very white passing. This is really important. Really, really important. I mean, like Bobby Jindal. Think about that. Anyway. So, for, like, a lot of Americans, like, they think Nikki Haley is white. But they know Vivek Ramaswamy, especially the last name like Ramaswamy, is not white. They look at him and they're like, is he a terrorist? Like, what's happening? Is he Muslim? Like, I'm scared. I don't know what's going on. Dog, you're saying Nimrata, but Nikki Haley is not known as Nimrata. She's known as Nikki Haley. Come on. Anyway, my point is, there's a reason why her name is Nikki Haley, and she looks the way she does, and was able to become, like, governor. Obviously, right now, her being a woman is playing a larger role against her than her being Indian, because people do not perceive her as Indian, but people do perceive her as a woman. Okay? Something to consider. Regardless, Donald Trump is just wiping the fucking floor with these guys, even though they are not even, even though he's not even entering the debate stage, which is, at first I thought this was a miscalculation, or that, like, there was some other reason. There was some other underlying reason why he wasn't debating. Maybe because he didn't want to be on stage with Mike Pence, who is, like, a key witness in a court case. Maybe that played a role in it. Or maybe because he's like, I don't know. I just thought there was a different reason for why he was avoiding these debates. And then I realized, even though Donald Trump would have benefited from being on the debate stage, and I do believe that, then I realized, no, it's not that he doesn't need to. It's the basement Biden strat. However, there's a different reason for it. Basement Biden is really effective for Biden because Biden can't perform. Trump can perform and actually will see a benefit from performing in front of a large crowd and like basically showing everyone else is like, this is why you vote for me, folks, right? This is what he says. The reason why he's not performing in front of a crowd is because the unfortunate reality is that a lot of these policies that he has to advocate for are very unpopular. Anytime he goes in front of a crowd where they ask him questions, like on abortion, for example, it's not even about who he's going up against. It's more so about how the fuck is he going to respond to the abortion question. On the one hand, he has to take credit for it. One, because he's narcissistic. And two, because, you know, evangelicals love him for it. On the other hand, there is a much larger coalition of voters that do not want to be reminded that he is responsible for the abortion situation, Republican voters in general. So he is benefiting from not being associated with abortion and having these fucking dipshits go back and forth and talk about how much worse they would make the situation as he like sits this out and wins the primaries. The other problem is also like it's shit like the COVID vaccine, right? It's like similar to the abortion situation, albeit nowhere near as important, but like takes credit for the vaccines, looks good for moderates. Takes credit for the vaccines, looks really bad for the Trump supporters, like his most diehard, most rugged followers, like that are ride or die for Donald Trump, because they're like completely psychotically just like out of control on the vaccine shit, where they just still think like, you know, vaccines have made them homosexual and autistic. L-Take, he held rallies where he took credit for abortion and talks about an all-out ban. Brother, it is entirely different to speak uninterrupted about abortion versus the way that he spoke about abortion in front of a crowd, some of which might be hostile to him, / in front of a host that can ask follow-up questions. On a debate stage, it's very different. Homosexual and autistic, what? It's a joke that, like, vaccines make people gay and autistic. Like, it's what Republicans think. Or it's more so just like a summarization of, like, some of the most manic takes you hear from the most insane Republicans about vaccines. Yeah. Answering or saying or trying to find a good triangulation on abortion in an uninterrupted speech in front of a crowd of your biggest sycophants is one thing. And I've said this already. His answer to the abortion question is bad. It's real bad because there's not really anything you can say about it. He basically landed on like, oh, well, I just want to leave it up to the states. Like, fuck, no, the fuck you didn't. Shut up. But having that conversation in front of a live audience and many people who don't fully agree with you, like, it's just not good. It's not good for you.
End of that, Nikki Haley,
especially if there's a host that can ask additional questions, like
says that federal abortion bans at this point are not the path forward. And so I think you can definitely expect some contention on that issue as the party still struggles to figure out their footing.
Tonight you're going to hear, I'm calling it right now, you're going to hear Nikki Haley say, Nikki Haley is going to pull off like shit that would make Indian Twitter look, timid in comparison. Okay? She is going to say some of the most racist things you've ever heard about Muslims and Palestinians. I'm letting you know. Like, she is an ultra omega Zionist. Like, she makes John Fetterman look like John Fetterman grabbed up arms and said, Inshallah, our arms will be guided by Allah and strike Tel Aviv at the heart of the Zionist entity. Okay? Like, the shit that she says, anytime she talks about Israel, she is literally like insane. Like, she's to the right of the Likud party, okay? So I'm letting you know I'm letting you know she is going to do, no, she's not even going to do this. It's going to be much worse than this, okay? I know, the classic. It's going to be much worse. Will all 5 drop talking about the southern border tonight to keep talking about Israel? Yes. How is the fake tan treating you? You think I have a fake tan? Aw, that's awesome. That makes me happy that you think I, like, don't look super pasty. Means I'm glowing. You think I have time to get a fake tan, by the way? What the fuck? That's so funny. Motherfucker's like, how's the fake tan treating you? Yeah, dude. My freckles are fake too. Also, I'm on Ozempic and steroids. Nikki Haley talking about Israel, Hamas war. Here.
We look at what happened.
Don't take my word for it. Take her word for it.
Whether it was burned bodies.
Wait, what the fuck? Why can't we hear it?
And that was raped. Whether it were people being dragged.
Yeah, Ozempiroids. Wait, you can hear it?
Down the streets of.
Oh, I can't hear. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Ay. Oh, fuck. I can't hear it. You want to know why I can't hear it? Because someone pulled the power cord for the speakers while laying underneath me. Classic. No. Oh, God. There's blood everywhere. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. There's blood everywhere, and she just fucking immediately got up and kissed me in the mouth. Ugh. There's blood everywhere because she's on her period, chat, and she's free bleeding because I'm a feminist. Okay, down. Down. Okay, I want to hear what she had to say.
And that's their way. So right now, we look at what happened this week, whether it was burned bodies, whether it was women that was raped, whether it were people being dragged down the streets of Gaza. I know you saw it, but did you hear it? Did you hear what they were saying when they were dragging those bodies down the street? Because they were saying, death to Israel, death to America. That's what they do. That's how they.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, the fucking dragging of the lifeless bodies is nowhere near as damaging as saying death to Israel, death to America. Like, how about, what the fuck? Yeah, no, the other thing is like way worse, Nikki. The fuck do you mean, Nikki?
That is why Israel needs to eliminate Hamas once and for all. And the Biden administration has to accept the fact, because everybody in the world knows it. There would be no Hamas if it wasn't for Iran. There would be no Hezbollah if it wasn't for Iran. There would be no Houthis if it wasn't for Iran.
Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, she's literally saying, like, yeah, they would have wiped them all out. Every Shia in Yemen would have been ethnically cleansed if it wasn't for Iran. Yeah, technically she's not wrong. You know what I mean?
No Houthis if it wasn't for Iran. If it wasn't for Iran. There would be no Hezbollah if it wasn't for Iran.
Yeah, I mean, true. Also true.
There would be no Houthis if it wasn't for Iran. There's a reason the foreign minister of Iran is in Lebanon right now meeting with Hezbollah. And what did the Biden administration do? He loosened all the sanctions that gave billions of dollars to Iran. Interestingly enough, China, #1 importer of oil in Iran. Russia, getting their drones from Iran. Look at the triangle.
Man, these guys are industrious, you know? Perhaps we should also engage them in commerce in good faith.
Because the triangle is real. And what do they have in common? They all hate the West, and they all hate democracies, and they all hate America.
I do love that what she's saying here is like identical to like 90% of liberals and their online expression of American foreign policy. Like, she literally just described 90% of liberal commentators. Like, they all love Hassan. Hassan loves Iran. Hassan loves China. Hassan loves Russia. He wants this axis of evil to kill America. All he knows is America sucks. Rachel Maddow would say this word for word. Yes, because foreign policy is bipartisan. State Department issues whatever the fucking orders are, whoever our enemies are, and we just kind of go along with it. That's it. They're doing it because it's an expression of America's hegemonic power. It's a consistent reaffirmation of America's hegemonic power. And that's it. That's why everyone's unified on it.
Rachel, this is now the third debate that former President.
Yeah, it's a triad of evil now, not an axis. You're right. Sorry.
President Trump won't attend. He's holding a rally really close by instead. What's the plan there?
Yeah, the former president once again sitting this debate out. Look, he is the front runner in this race, and he has said repeatedly that he finds these debates useless for him to be on stage. He believes that it would only amplify and give his rivals a larger platform. What is interesting here is that you're going to have the former president just a few miles down the road holding a rally as the Republican primary debate gets underway here. Debate after debate, month after month, no matter how many candidates are in this race, no one has been able to come close to the former president. He is still leading by very, very wide margins, Diane.
All right, senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott, thank you.
Americans did make their views very clear.
Let's talk about this big Ohio dub, dude. Rizless in Ohio, Skibbity Toilets won, all of that.
And they had a whole lot to say.
Kai Cenat won the Rizzing competition in Ohio. Big W for Ohio. Ohio Riz. The Gats are out in Ohio.
The results show abortion rights are a big issue for voters. This was especially clear in Ohio. That's a red state, as you know, where voters.
Yeah, the phantom tax was in Ohio. I love TikTok. I know all of these phrases.
Voters chose to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. Jerika Duncan is in Columbus now with all the results. Jerika, good morning to you. Now, let's just start with there was a large turnout there this year. There was not a governor or president on the ballot. That says something.
What are you saying? I'm just repeating like the most annoying phrases on TikTok from Gen Alpha and Zoomers. What is this? Hey, what did you do with that Zorro cosplay? One Piece cosplayers have the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time with this. As a military partner in Anime New York City, the United States Marine Corps invites you. Yeah, dude, that flag. Shoot that down. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
It absolutely says something. It says that people
you're so
were
skibbity, you're so phantom tax. I just want to be your Sigma. Oh, God. I should be fucking shot for that.
very concerned about the issue.
Livy Dunn was elected in Ohio, and Baby Gronk is rizzing the caucus to pass tort reform. Ah! 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 that.
Of abortion rights. And Democrats, as you pointed out, had several victories last night in this off-election year, especially here in Ohio when it comes
Israel
to
is invading
reproductive rights.
Gaza.
Women strongly backed this measure overall, but what's very interesting, too, is when you break out both men and women under the age of 30, 80% of them also voted yes on this issue, according to a CBS News exit poll. Abortion rights advocates in Ohio erupted in celebration Tuesday night after the state voted to protect access to the procedure.
I was crying tears of complete joy and shock and just overwhelmed. I was just overwhelmed that we can actually affect change.
The passed amendment, called Issue 1, guarantees a woman's right to an abortion in the state's constitution. It allows for the procedure until fetal viability.
I'm sorry, you can't say that and be a good person at the same time. Okay? Israel is invading Gaza. No, stop. Don't repeat it. I should have never read it. Oh, God. Oh, please, stop. You have to find that chatter IRL? Yes.
Usually around the 23rd week, but also makes exceptions for the mother's health.
The impact of passing Issue 1 will be felt throughout the state and for generations and generations to come.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned more than a year ago, abortion...
Bro, Americans could it took Americans voting 75%, in pretty much every state, including red states, to enshrine what? Israel versus Phantomstein, the Gaza Strip invasion? It's a joke, right? There's no way this is real. Free Skibbity Wallenstein, Ohio W's and top Fortnite scores for all.
Sticking out your gyat for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here.
I'm done. I can't continue.
Rights supporters have now prevailed in all 7 states where the issue was on the ballot.
The Supreme Court wanted to kick it back to the states. Well, we have taken on that mantle.
Despite the loss, groups that oppose abortion rights vowed to continue their fight.
We stand ready during this unthinkable time to advocate for women and the unborn, just as we have always done.
Ohio.
These guys are so crazy, dude. It's awesome. They're just fucking terrorizing the Republican Party with their insane demands. Also, the media will always, for some weird reason, put the camera on these donkeys to be like, well, 50%, it seems like 50% of the country. This is a real divisive issue. How many fucking states have to say universally that they are not in support of criminalizing abortion, that the media will finally say, yeah, it's not really a divisive issue. Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated in the same way that Israel's apartheid regime is complicated.
Ohio was the only state with abortion directly on the ballot, but future access will also be impacted by Tuesday's results in other places. Control for Virginia's state legislature was up for grabs as Republicans who were pushing for a 15-week abortion ban failed to flip the state Senate and lost control of the House of Delegates.
Well, that didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it to.
And in Kentucky's gubernatorial election, the state's Attorney General Daniel Cameron, endorsed by former President Donald Trump, was defeated by Democratic incumbent Andy Beshear.
Tonight, Kentucky made a choice. A choice not to move to the right or to the left, but to move forward for every single family.
Ohio's Issue 1 will take effect next month, and President Biden weighed in on this, tweeting last night that this was an attempt to reject what voters didn't want, saying that it would have imposed an extreme abortion ban that put the health and lives of women in jeopardy.
Tarika, thank you very much. Definitely a big result.
David, what are voters saying about the job President Joe Biden has done as president?
Jake, the country has soured on Joe Biden. There's just not another way to put it, according to our...
Wait, what? He did not say that.
Thank you, Kentucky!
Bro, after seeing this picture, I'm like, yeah, I get why he won. I get why he won. I mean, come on, dude. Look at this. This is like the most, this is the maximum level of Caucasian, okay?
Tonight, Kentucky made a choice. A choice not to move to the right or to the left, but to move forward for...
I mean, all jokes aside, no, I don't think it's because he's white and, like, his opponent is black. The major reason is because, like, Daniel Cameron specifically said he would go against the previous ballot measure to protect abortion. Like, in the most undemocratic way.
Every single family. A choice to reject Team R or Team D and to state clearly that we are one Team Kentucky. A choice of Jack Harlow over Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Just a fucking cornball. Inoffensive white guy. Peak. Oh, God, I can't believe I saw this again.
Our latest CNN poll conducted by SSRS, a national poll, gives us this snapshot in time. Biden's approval rating is 39% in our poll. 61% disapprove of the job he's doing. Look at it by party. You see that even among his fellow Democrats, he's only at 77% approval in this poll.
Like, this is worse than, like, Trump barely dipped below 90% throughout his presidency in his own party. Okay? Something to always consider. I used to talk about this all the time. Donald Trump dipped below 90% approval rating in his own party like 4 times. Okay? I'm exaggerating. It was more than that. But, like, he was only at, like 88%. Okay? In his own party. Joe Biden is less popular in his own party than Donald Trump was.
Only a third of independents approve of the job he's doing. And of course, as you might imagine, only 5% of Republicans. How are things going in the country today? Badly, say nearly 3/4 of respondents in this poll. 72% things are going badly in the country today. Only 28% say they're going well. Again, that astonishing number on whether or not Biden has the stamina and sharpness to serve effectively as president. Only 25% of poll respondents say that he does have the stamina. 74% say no. And I know you're a history buff like I am. And so look here on this chart of where Biden's modern day predecessors were in their approval rating at this point in their presidency. And Jake, you see Biden is down there between Donald Trump and Jimmy Carter. You may know that is down in the category of one-term presidents. He clearly wants to turn that around, and he's got a year to do so, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. Aaron Burnett throwing to you in New York.
All right, so let's talk through some of this. David Axelrod,
Biden's completely fractured the Democratic Party with the support for Israel. Far more young people are anti-Zionist than they realize. There's truth to that, but I think that that is not the coalition that they need to win anyway. Guys, I don't think that they're making this calculation about like young people coming out to vote in droves, okay? Like the last time this happened and it was significant was like Barack Obama. Young people going in whichever direction doesn't really move the needle all too much. Young anti-Zionists probably don't vote in the first place. No, stop saying that. Stop saying that. It's just like it's just not like if you are political enough as a young person, if you're political enough, if you care enough about politics, you're probably going to vote regardless. But that is such a tiny group of people. The broadest majority of young people just don't give a shit and don't vote. Abortion is important. Abortion is a way to get people to go out and vote to defend abortion. Okay? But like the notion that like his behavior on Israel will have like a genuine impact, like a chilling effect, or will truly stop him dead in his tracks, like I don't think so. The only thing that will happen with Israel is that his consistent support for Israel as it like continues to do ethnic cleansing will most likely lead to Americans thinking like, well, what the fuck are you doing? We're getting bullied by this like vassal state. Like what? Like if anything, it shows that he's weak more than anything else. Not necessarily that he's not doing enough. He's not doing enough to like defend Israel, or he's doing too much to defend Israel. Margins being thin will cause issues and he's weak as fuck. I don't agree that young people just don't care. We just know that it's a lose-lose situation. No, I'm saying like the broad majority. I mean, come on. I think you forget out of the millions of young people that are under the age of like 25 in this country, most of them care more about Skibidi Toilet. Like not to sound too much like a fucking Atlantic columnist, but like, come on. This is the worst community to mention this in because all of you are technically young. At least from the perspective of like a group of voters, and you all give a shit about politics and you all fucking vote. So you can't comprehend it. And the people that you probably talk to in your immediate vicinity, in your also circles, are also discord addled, brain broken, equally fucked up other young people who also are just really, really into politics. It's not even just most young people don't care. Just most people don't care about politics.
let's start with where David Chalian just finished.
Yeah.
The territory of one-term presidents.
Yes.
Going back to Jimmy Carter, I had jotted this down. Jimmy Carter was at 32%. That's worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's about as good as it
and
can
he
get.
lost. Look, the difference here is that he isn't running against Ronald Reagan. He's not running against some fresh face. He's running against Donald Trump. and that's what gives him hope. And I think
Who is
also
the
that,
only other person at that low level, close to that low level?
I mean, his number.
Dude, Axel rock hard shitting on Joe Biden, by the way. Axel Dick has been ripping Biden nonstop.
Are equally bad, though. On in other polling and in some here, there are comparatives, as we talked about earlier on this foreign leadership question and so on, that are discouraging. I would only say this. Whether it's fair or not, and Joe Biden has a lot of accomplishments to his credit. He led the country through the pandemic, and while inflation is still the prism through which people are looking at the economy, on jobs and some other measures, he's done quite well. Despite all those facts, he and maybe no incumbent president at this juncture is going to win a referendum on their own performance. He has to frame the choice, and he has to frame it aggressively, and he has to frame it right away, because if nothing else, these are a flashing red light here.
So David went through independents, and I just want to say overall, of course, right now, you've got independents, political independents, 45%, Trump 41%.
People love talking about the youth turnout rate here. There you go. Year-over-year comparisons. 2022 youth turnout rate was -6% in Maine, -8%, -8 in Minnesota, -3 in Oregon, -7 in Colorado, 1.7 increase in Pennsylvania, 4% almost in Michigan. But overall, it's like not great. This is, of course, the youth. I mean, think about it. The youth turnout rate is peaking at like 30%. Midterms always have a low turnout. I get it. I'm just saying that it's like, it's even lower than other. Wasn't Jane just saying how the young people are going to save us? I just don't think that, I think that there is a lot of, I think there are a lot of issues, right, with the youth turnout. One of the major issues with youth turnout is specifically the fact that they're in college. It's like very difficult to vote. Youth turnout in 2020, increase in youth turnout from 2016 to 2020. Here, let's look at the percentages. Increase in youth turnout is expressed in percentage points. 40% increase, 50% increase, 60% increase, except I want to know what the actual percentages are. If we switch the whole USA to allow voting by TikTok to be saved, no, you have to understand. It's very important. This is very important to understand. It is difficult to vote, and it's especially difficult to vote as a young person, because where you are, like on your college campus, there's like one polling station. We don't know if you can even vote in your primaries. You don't know if you can even vote in the fucking general, like where you will be by the time the general election is. Like, you change addresses. These are all very difficult, unless you have mail-in ballots, which is also in and of itself very difficult by design. It's just not easy. Yeah, most students never think to change their voter registration address. Then there's also apathy. Then there's also they're also poor, and the poorer you are, the less likely you are to vote. Half of youth voted in 2020, an 11-point increase from 2016. Yeah, and that's also the reason why the youth vote has gone down dramatically since 2020. If you look at Biden's numbers, because it was like an unprecedented increase, partially because COVID and mail-in ballots. Actually, a big part of the reason why this happened was COVID and mail-in ballots. Not because like people were particularly excited about Joe Biden. They were excited about voting Trump out of office, but also, more importantly than that, they had mail-in ballots, universal access. The youth voted for more skibbity, pro-Phantom Stein, and anti-top-of-the-hour ad breaks. Oh, fuck. Fuck's sake. You deserve it. This president election ain't it, buddy. Who you really trust? You're right, buddy. Who can you? Well, you can trust that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You can also trust that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That is kind of the phantom tax, really. That is the most skibbity thing I will tell you today. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Young people vote if they are being offered something like, dog, you can't keep saying Trump is on the ballot. They're in crippling debt. Biden isn't doing shit. Yeah. Anyway. Youth voting increased across the country, mostly because of universal ballots and mail-in ballots and ease of access to voting. That's why that's why the voting population increased. For a lot of people, it is access. That is very important.
Biden. And as David was just laying out, only a third of independents think that Joe Biden is doing a good job. You know, there are, you know, many who make the argument that independence is where you win and lose, that people end up going to their corners, and independence is where a race is lost.
Independents are very affected by the sort of distance to when the election is going to be. It's a year out. We don't know how close they're paying attention and what they see in Trump, for example.
That's the calculation.
And, you know, one of the things I think I'm most compelled by is that, and David and I talked about this earlier, Barack Obama grew his electorate, right? He broadened that coalition. But I don't ever remember anybody saying Joe Biden was added to the ticket because he really drew the youngs and the BIPOCs.
But he did do very well among the youngs.
Maybe, but I don't think it was Biden.
By the way, the one place he's doing well in these polls is among voters over 65.
Exactly.
By the way, I know what you're shaking around.
I think
I know. Are you about to do it again?
I'm not going to go back to my Chalian board. I'm just going to say the one thing that can't be fixed. The thing that can't be fixed is stamina. The other point I just want to put that number to point out: 71 to 61, right? The enthusiasm gap David talked about. That's substantial.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I think there's a return. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Audie. Go ahead. Can we just go to what is actually happening tonight, right? So we have voters voting tonight. We have a long way to go. There are a lot of votes still coming in. Obviously, a lot of races yet to be called. A lot going on. But so far, we are seeing lower Republican turnout than was anticipated. We are seeing Democrats turn out. We obviously see the numbers in Ohio, abortion clearly motivating voters. So, you know, there is a lot of opportunity here. Yes, is there work for Joe Biden to do on these numbers? Of course. I think he would say that if he were sitting here. But there is an enormous opportunity for him because these issues.
I don't even know if we can fucking swap out for a new candidate this far ahead. Like, it's a year out, chat. Like, the first primaries are going to happen like in January, right? Like, I don't know exactly when it starts, but there's got to be someone with name recognition. Yeah, like Big Gretch. No, it cannot be Pete Buttigieg. No shot.
There's enormous space for him to grow. And so I think we should, rather than looking at a poll a year out, which, yes, does it have some informative information? Of course it does. All polls do. But no poll is definitive. But people are voting right now.
I've been trying to make sense, and I apologize because we've just been torturing Kate tonight, but I've been trying to make sense of this number that is a dream to Republicans, where voters ages 18 to 34, Trump is outperforming with them. Gen Z and millennials are the two biggest voting blocs going into this election. That is not traditional that they would be siding more with the Republican candidate over the Democrat on issues, whether it's climate change, reproductive rights. They tend to skew liberal. I think it goes back to the magic issue of age.
Guys, remember, no significant Democrat in a position of power has selfishly tried to stay in office or in an appointed position even well beyond what was considered wise. That's never happened. I can't think of a single example. Okay? No Democrat would do such a thing. Not a single one. Okay? Certainly Joe Brandon is fine and not just at 1% battery, just kind of teetering along. Yeah. No, certainly not. Don't even think about it. It's fine. Yeah, the funniest thing will be when he croaks like 1 week before the election. And then you'll see. And Trump goes to jail. So we just have to postpone the elections. Or Cenk becomes the president automatically.
And despite the fact that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are only 3 years apart, perception becomes reality in politics.
So there are, of course, as we all know, in the political discourse in this country, Van, Democrats who say that anyone who votes for Trump somehow is some sort of a closet racist, or that that no Latino would vote for Trump because of the wall and his immigration policies. And yet in those two groups, that is not what you see at all in this poll.
That's because these groups are not monolithic. Part of what's going on here is that there's a college, non-college dynamic happening among people of color. Sometimes it looks like a gender gap because you have more black women with college degrees than black men. But there is a college, non-college dynamic here. And
he's right.
I think what you're beginning to see is the working class is beginning to slide more and more toward the Republican Party.
He's not right. But like he's not wrong either. No, I wouldn't say the working class is sliding towards the Republican Party. Okay. The working class is not broadly sliding towards the Republican Party. However, what is happening is that educated whites that would vote consistently Republican in the suburbs are voting for the Democratic Party. And there is some non-college educated black men specifically and Latino voters that are moving in the direction of the Republican Party. So the split is done along the boundaries of college education versus not. That part is true. But to say that this is like a realignment is missing the point. No, the working class is still more broadly in favor because it's a very diverse coalition, but more broadly in favor of the Democratic Party than the Republican Party.
And that's something that I don't think that Democrats are prepared for, have responded to well yet. Sometimes Democrats seem like we're the party of people who eat a lot of kale, right? Like that's the most important criteria.
Wait, you don't?
and want to teach you how to eat kale.
Exactly. So there, but the good news is this. But here's the good news is this. We're a year out. The good news is that we are a year out. And
this is a campaign. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Ahead of tonight's debate, Mary Alice Park says GOP presidential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy told her his strategy is to be unhinged. Oh, great. I mean, that's what he's been doing.
Swamy told you that he planned to be unhinged. Mary Alice, what does that mean? What is his campaign saying now?
Yeah, Kate, I asked him what his campaign strategy, his debate strategy was going to be for tonight. He needs something to shake loose, to break through. He said he wanted to be unhinged. When I pressed him on that, he said, candid, speak the truth. But clearly, he knows that he needs to go on offense. And that's what I think we're going to see from him tonight. The campaign tried to walk that down a little bit, but we really have seen him ratchet up the language he's using about these other candidates, especially trying to draw a contrast when it comes to Israel. He says that he doesn't want to be in the game of funding what he calls foreign wars. He went as far as to call Nikki Haley a warmonger. Now, I'm also, of course, tonight going to be really interested in what Ron DeSantis is able to do. We are here in Miami. He is the Florida governor. This is his home turf. Does he feel any of that hometown love? Is he able to come in with a little bit more?
Fuck no. 39-point lead for Donald Trump in his hometown, bitch. What you mean? Fuck you mean? It's over. It is Jover, dude. Punish Rhonda. Get out. You're done, son. Get out. Get out.
More confidence tonight. He hasn't necessarily been outperforming others in these early debates, and so we'll have to see whether he's able to make the most of being in his home state tonight.
Yeah.
Also, skibbity toilet voters think that he wears high heels, which I think is correct. By the way, I think Vivek is going to go for the MAGA communists. The MAGA communists.
We want justice, you say how? Lift the siege on Gaza now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! Free Gaza!
We're here in Washington, D.C. at the National March for Palestine.
It's kind of wild that, like, there was such little coverage over these massive protests this past weekend on mainstream media. What the fuck is happening, dude? God, this country sucks. So many dicks, balls, asses, everything, pussies, titties, sucking nonstop.
Palestine. Now this march comes after weeks of endless bombing on Gaza and attacks in the West Bank as well by the Israeli government with funding from the Biden administration.
After the initial Hamas attack on October 7th and weeks of retaliatory bombing by the Israeli military, as well as further actions as forced evacuations and cutting off Palestinian water supply and power, people are here to demand that the U.S. push for a ceasefire.
Now, we're told this might be the largest march for Palestinian solidarity in North American history. There are thousands of people here in support of Palestine. I've actually never seen this many people in a North American protest in solidarity with the Middle East ever.
If you are a friend of this movement, you need to be a friend of this movement at the most dire moment.
I'm out here in solidarity with Palestinians and also with many Jewish comrades calling for a ceasefire and an end to the siege on Gaza. There's nothing inherently anti-Semitic about opposing the loss of human life, about supporting a ceasefire, a de-escalation, and an end to this siege.
We're here today because of the United States government enabling this apartheidian state. It's a settler state, it's a garrison state, and so we're here today in arms with the people of the world like we were.
People were so mad. They were like, I can't believe they put a terrorist scarf on Benjamin Franklin. It's like, dude, first of all, it's a sign of honor, you fucking racist piece of shit. She went on her mat on her own.
Mandela, Martin Luther King, and that's where we stand.
For people of color, we have experienced so much trauma. We've lived through slavery, we lived through colonization, apartheid. We understand. When we see what's happening to Palestinians, this triggers us on a visceral level, and it makes us feel like we have to do something.
It's a big sign that this many Americans are showing out in defiance of not only what the Israeli government is doing, but also the Biden administration, and condemning the funding that they're giving to Israel and the IDF.
No more money for Israel fire! No more money for
What does it feel like to have tens of thousands of people behind you right now, marching in solidarity?
It really symbolizes the fact that I believe that the people will win, and we will win. Free Palestine!
I like this sign. Can you tell me about what the watermelon represents?
The Palestinian flag. Yeah.
It's the same
because
color.
they don't allow, why, Mama? They don't allow us to raise our flag in Palestine. The IDF don't allow us, the Israeli occupation does not allow us to raise our Palestinian flag or voices.
The whole world is watching 2.5 million people being slaughtered without water, without food, without medicine. Where's the world? The world is watching them die, one after the other. A lot of people under the rubble. Over 10,000 people dead already. Over 20,000 people are injured. Where's the humanity? Israel is above the law. Nobody can touch Israel. The United States, Israel has the right to defend itself.
Exactly.
So call it
on
defending itself.
On that,
Going killing kids. Over 4,000 kids dead already.
America went
Over
crazy
4,000.
when Russia invaded Ukraine.
Where is the world? Where's the humanity for these kids?
Where you find 4,000 kids, King?
Huh?
Where you find out that 4,000
No,
people?
I know that they have the name.
Oh my God, bro. Debate lording fucking murdered children. Where do you find out? That's crazy. There's no way that this is like even remotely allowed in any other circumstance. It's just because they're Palestinian, just because they're Arab. Like, so easy to just fucking be like, nope, don't believe it. They're dead or not real dead.
They have the names. Check the record. Check the record. They have the names.
4,000 kids.
Okay. Yeah. Over.
Yeah. Unbelievable, right? Yeah. Much to consider. Much to consider. You look at that and you think unbelievable. I wonder why. Maybe because you have like some semblance of a conscience remaining inside of your brain. And it's like telling you, oh, it can't be true. Something that I'm giving unconditional support to. Something that I'm giving unconditional support to cannot be true, you know? Israel could never kill 4,000 children, except what if it has? Because it has. It actually has done that. But what if it has? Does that change the dynamic for you a little bit? Will you look back at that? Will you say, you know what, maybe I was in the wrong? Or will you look back at it and go, well, they deserved it because the children are terrorists? It's the second one. That's what most people do. They never even get to that stage. But if they do get to that stage, they usually go, well, they're children and they wanted me dead and they wanted my children dead. So fuck them. They deserve it.
4,000 kids already dead. All right? So you need to wake up. And you need to tell it like it is. And what's really going on is a genocide. ولك أنت حيوان. أنت حيوان. أنت حيوان يا حيوان.
So we were just talking to someone who had grown up in the West Bank and who was just devastated at how many children had died from the bombings by Israel. Then a man came over and started questioning the numbers that this Palestinian was giving during the interview, and things got a little tense. And that's really the only time we've seen anything like that so far.
What do we want? When do we want it?
The crowd is continuing to go towards the White House, and I'm frankly interested to see how they will respond to the tens of thousands of people who are marching through these streets as the sun sets in Washington, and see if they're listening to their constituents who are here in the streets demanding they take action.
The protests continued on into the evening as the crowd continued to march towards the White House. Police reported only one arrest. It's now up to the Biden administration to respond.
Arab American support for Biden plummets over Gaza. We know that. Benjamin Netanyahu discusses the Israel-Gaza conflict. Don't want to cover that. But I'm glad that they're saying Israel-Gaza conflict on the title. That's new. Interesting. Instead of saying Israel-Hamas war, they're saying Israel-Gaza conflict. That's new. Here, this is the BBC
Welcome
coverage.
to BBC News. We're bringing this live to you from southern Israel, just close to the Gaza Strip. We're about 3 kilometers, a mile or so away from Gaza, where the Israeli military offensive is intensifying. There has been a very intense night again of Israeli shelling and Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, and focusing on Gaza City, where Israel's defense minister now says that the Israeli troops are operating in the heart of Gaza City, which the minister claims is the heart of terrorism. The area is one of the most densely populated parts of the territory and has frequently been hit by the Israeli military in the last month. It says it is targeting Hamas, which Israel, along with many other countries, considers to be a terrorist organization. In this bulletin, we will bring you the developments from right across this region, from here in Israel, from inside Gaza, and from Lebanon as well. But we'll start this hour with the latest developments from our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell.
Flares hanging in Gaza's night sky are ominous warnings of incoming Israeli fire. But increasingly, the Israeli Prime Minister is being pressed for a pause in fighting.
I did ask him for a pause in the past, yesterday. Still waiting to hear some other things.
This is a key moment. Israeli troops are now said to be in the heart of Gaza City, closing in on this stronghold of Hamas, ministers say. The destruction in Gaza is already immense, with entire neighborhoods flattened, and the civilian death toll is rapidly mounting. The World Health Organization says an average of 160 children are killed here every day.
Nothing justifies the horror being endured by the civilians in Gaza. People in Gaza are dying in their thousands, and those alive are suffering from trauma, disease, lack of food and water. The level of death and suffering is hard to fathom.
Dozens were reportedly killed by Israeli airstrikes yesterday in the southern Gazan towns of Khan Yunis, Rafah and Deir al-Balah. In Khan Yunis, Dr. Iyad Shakura at Nasser Hospital was on duty in the emergency room when he was told that his 2 children, aged 5 and 7, his mother, his brothers, their wives and their children were killed in a strike.
What did these children do wrong? What crime did they commit to deserve tons of bombs on their heads, tons of explosives on their heads?
Israel says that it does what it can to avoid civilian deaths in Gaza and that it's acting to eliminate Hamas. It says it's destroying dozens of tunnel shafts used by its fighters. The Israeli Prime Minister continues to reject international calls for a ceasefire, but now says he'll consider tactical little pauses in hostilities. He added that Israel would have overall security responsibility indefinitely after the war's over. Yesterday marked exactly 1 month since the deadliest day in Israel's history. Vigils took place for those killed in Hamas's surprise cross-border attacks, and some 240 women, men and children still being held hostage.
I'm waiting and demanding they do whatever it takes to bring everyone home safely. This is the time to do things that have not been done before to ensure their safe return.
So there's a website called IsraelUnderFire.net. Share effectively, get in touch, contribute. Join Israel's efforts and spread the truth. Israel Under Fire is your single source directory listing of helpful content and resources to learn and spread awareness about the truth about Israel and connect with volunteer opportunities and initiatives. Having a lot of karma on Reddit a big deal. It just solidifies that you're gonna it solidifies that you're a loser. Os and Andy keep saying they don't see destroyed Merkavas. Where are the destroyed tunnels? Israel's released nothing. No, Israel has released stuff. If you follow like the Times of Israel correspondent, they give him footage all the time. If anything, though, usually the stuff that they bring up, the stuff that they show is literally ridiculous. Like it's like the NYPD when they make an arrest. When they make a fucking arrest, they'll be like, oh fuck, I could have God damn it, failed the ban. You clapped them so quick. The shit that they find in like tunnel systems or even like houses and stuff literally looks like a it looks like the NYPD when they do like a big drug bust and they like show whatever they caught, and it's like a little baggie of weed and like one revolver. Half the shit that they find is like 8 rockets and then like 2 Kalashnikovs. You know what I mean? It's not like I've yet to see like a big pull. Partially because they just don't have anything. These OSINT accounts are too objective, it seems. Wait, no, they're not. OSINT Defender is absolutely not an objective OSINT account. Most of the OSINT accounts are not objective at all. They always pick a side, whichever side the State Department is aligned with. Okay? They almost always happen to just side with whichever side the State Department aligns with. Yeah, no, the chatter was saying not objective. Half of them are also like children. Like this is literally a fucking child. Keep the best section of the website. Always hit me with the 18 plus. Oh, here. Do not explain Israel's policy. I know. I was going to show you. I was going to get to that. So you have the asset banks. You have hear from the victims. You have trusted resources on Instagram. Other ways you can help. We've linked a list of trustworthy organizations where you can donate and offer other supports, other forms of support. Where's the talking points though? I think like asset banks, share etil.com, raw materials, stand with Israel today, wordsofiron.com, and HASBARA resources. I clicked on the HASBARA resources and it showed me this. Oh, here it is. Israel under fire, best practices. Thank you. This war is a game changer for Israel's image. It's time to change the traditional HASBARA mindset. There's no need to explain the situation or advocate for Israel's policies against Hamas. The world is overwhelmingly with us right now, mainly in Western countries, even including those who are usually critical of us. This is almost unprecedented, which is ridiculous to say. Like, you have to be out of your fucking mind to think that the world, one, is on, the world is like unconditionally in support of Israel. But it does say mainly in Western countries, which is true. But they've also always been unconditionally in support of Israel. At least the politicians have. In fact, for many decades, the global consensus has been that Israel is the aggressor and not the victim. October 7th, 2023 changed that. And we must know how to leverage this for the benefit of Israel's image in the world. What? To invoke empathy for Israeli people and global public opinion. This is no less important than the statements of Biden and Macron. And it will serve us in the next operations. It's pretty funny to say this because I do feel like the HASBARA strategy this time around has been a fucking failure, because while on the one hand, the October 7th attacks were gruesome, they were brutal, and like they're replaying it over and over again in an effort to regalvanize like support for Israel's 10,000 kills so far, the murder of 10,000 Palestinians and 4,000 children. It's dying out. You can't justify 30 fucking days of endless bombing campaigns, right? So non-Jews in Western democracies, other messaging is needed for Jewish audiences. How? Shape the narrative by emphasizing personal stories accompanied by touching photos and videos. Don't give Hamas what they want, so don't distribute what they shared. On the other hand, share personal stories from our people, moments from our everyday life. Do share images of the hostages. Without revealing too much, share images of the hostages with the permission of their family, with a personal anecdote from acquaintances with them, if you have one, or what you know about them from Israeli media. Something personal. Human. Short. They look like the child of every parent around the world. There's no parent in the world who would not feel empathy when they see the pain that the parents and families here are experiencing. It's terrible, but this is our story right now, and it's our job to tell it. Do not share videos posted by Hamas, because it serves their purpose to damage our psychological resilience as a nation that has to face tremendous heartache right now with a lot of fear, terror, concern for our loved ones. Seeing these videos can break anyone. In addition, the world is already shaken. We don't need to shock them further. We need to shift a mindset of creating empathy. More on that later. Do share photos of our soldiers in humane moments, like the soldier who blessed his newborn baby in an impromptu virtual Brit. Or parents talking to their fighter soldiers, sending them love. Do not explain Israel's policy. The issue here is not the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a whole. It is very difficult for us to win there. Do not do that. No matter what you do not explain what the designation for Arab versus Jew means for the citizens of Israel that have a Palestinian descendants. Do not explain that distinction. People will look at you like you are the most racist motherfucker that's ever existed. Do not talk about that. Do not, I repeat, mention the fact that legally, if you are a Palestinian citizen of Israel, as in someone who is considered an Arab within Israeli boundaries, you have less rights than a Jewish citizen of Israel, even if you are an Arab Jew, which is considered Jewish and not Arab. But Christians and Muslims are considered Arab. Just, don't explain that to anybody. Do not do that. Do not mention how the West Bank needed to be occupied by some of the fucking biggest freaks you've ever seen in your entire life. October 7 is about war crimes committed by Hamas, an organization that people abroad, for some reason, do not perceive as terrorists. Yes, they do. No matter how much we try to say that they are. Now there's proof. It's our 9/11, and that's a relatable analogy for most Westerners. That's so sad. Do document our day-to-day life. This has been a failure, in my opinion. People standing in line to donate blood. Like showing like a day in the life in Israel versus a day in the life in Gaza. Devastating for Israel. Do not respond to anti-Israelis who seek to draw the discourse into a discussion about the Israel-Palestinian conflict as a whole. Instead, focus on the hostages, the elderly, the children, the pain and suffering endured here. What is this? Gestapo already referring to the new law amendment and targeting Palestinian citizens. Yeah, here, this is new information. The Israeli Knesset has amended the counterterrorism law to criminalize the consumption of terrorist publications, which is passive social media use with a penalty of up to 1 year's imprisonment. This is one of the most intrusive and draconian legislative measures ever passed by the Israeli Knesset, which invades the realm of personal thoughts and beliefs, and significantly amplifies state surveillance of social media use. Now, it doesn't even matter if you literally go, okay, if you literally go to no, if you passively consume, like, as in if there's like a fucking Al Jazeera post on your timeline, you can go to jail for a year. Stop. No. Can you explain how Israel treats Christians the same as Arabs? Yeah, like shit. Wait, what do you mean Christians the same as Arabs? Hey, dumbass. Who do you think are the Christians in Israel? They're Arabs. The fuck? Motherfuckers like, what? Arab Christians? Anyway, but of course, this is not, let's be real, okay? This kind of law rarely ever impacts actual, like, Israeli Jews. It's almost always used against the Palestinian citizens of Israel. So just remember that. The page is down now. Don't refresh. No, it's not. I'm a Christian in the West Bank. Law, they shoot us all the same. Yeah. Anyway. Please stop. You're not saying, but how can they believe in Christianity and Allah, right? Okay.
It's
a joke. He was joking.
There's huge pain and anguish on both sides in this war, and there are many more difficult days ahead. Yolande Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, it's been a very busy morning, of course, in this military offensive that is now more than 1 month old. Let's take a look at some of the most recent developments.
It was just a question. Sorry, I'm only trying to learn. I apologize. Chatter, I don't know if you know this, but like Christianity originated there. So like some of those Palestinian Christians are literally like the OG Christians. Like the actual OG Christians. Anyway.
President Biden said he had asked the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a pause in the fighting, potentially for 3 days, in order for progress on the hostages. Mr. Netanyahu has said...
Is HASBARA like a think tank? No, HASBARA just means propaganda. It is the formal designation for Western facing propaganda that the Israeli Foreign Ministry engages in. All of this is like readily available for people to consume with the hopes that they will repeat it. Oh, this is important, by the way. This is the American Anti-Arab Discrimination Committee. Only recently have organizations such as the ADL took the position from the river to the sea as an anti-Semitic slogan. On May 3rd, 2022, the ADL website referred to the slogan as a slogan commonly featured in pro-Palestinian campaigns and chanted at demonstrations. Nowhere in the 2022 description is there a mention of anti-Semitism. Screenshots provided. On October 26, 2023, the position on the website changed to is an anti-Semitic slogan. The whole backgrounder changed on 10/26. The change came as public opinion on Israel and the genocide began shifting. Why the change now? The change in public opinion has led to a campaign and tactic to silence pro-Palestinian and pro-peace voices. Rather than talking about Israel's genocide, people are debating a chant and targeting Rashida Tlaib. The distraction is a part of the objective. But I'm not done with the fuck the ADL, okay? I'm not done. I got more smoke for the ADL. Just wait. Demanding justice for or calling for a Palestinian state should not also mean negating Israel's existence. This chant can be understood as a call for a Palestinian state extending from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, territory that includes the state of Israel, implying the dismantling of the Jewish state. Indeed, this rallying cry has long been used by the anti-Israel terrorist organizations such as Hamas and the PFLP, which seek Israel's destruction through violent means. Usage of this phrase can have the effect of making members of the Jewish and pro-Israel community feel beleaguered and ostracized. Your position on the ADL has changed a lot? No. I've always criticized the ADL. I've always criticized the ADL. The only time where I said it was fine to fucking give money to the ADL was when PewDiePie was giving money to the ADL to piss off the Nazis in his fucking chat. Okay? There's never been a moment where I've defended the ADL in any capacity. I used the ADL's database before while always maintaining the position that their conflation of like anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is ridiculous. Why the fuck would I ever defend the ADL when I am an anti-Zionist myself? Anyway. Hold on. Let me pull this shit up. What the fuck was I gonna look at? Why did I? Allegation from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. 1026 is an anti-Semitic slogan commonly featured in anti-Israel campaigns and chanted at demonstrations. Yeah, they added this new stuff in there to fucking be like, oh, it's totally fucked up. But hold on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if they say it's anti-Semitic, it's still not correct. I do not give a fuck. Is Zionism where your anti-ADL stance originates from? I feel like I've heard you talk about them in other contexts before this. Yes. The ADL is fine as long as they're not like fucking talking about stupid ass. The ADL is fine as long as they're not talking about fucking stupid ass like anti-Zionist sentiments being the same as anti-Semitism. Also, Jonah Greenblatt has like lost his fucking mind even more this time around. Like he was more reserved usually. He is not as reserved anymore. He just goes fucking nutty mode on the timeline anytime. He's the one who's comparing campus activists to like fucking Nazis, dude. Including Jewish campus activists. He's lost his fucking mind completely. But my criticism of the ADL doesn't change. It hasn't changed, but like there's also more to talk about here. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Here. Holy fuck, we can't even find this. Jesus Christ. How ADL got caught in the apartheid spy case. Here. A lawsuit filed this week charges the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith deviated from its civil rights work by conspiring with police agencies to spy, harass, and intimidate several political groups. The suit, filed in the federal district court in Los Angeles, accused the Defense League and his longtime San Francisco-based investigator, Roy Bullock, of obtaining confidential files about political activists from the San Francisco police and from sheriff's officers in Los Angeles and San Diego. An organization that has done important civil rights work is being charged with violating civil rights, said Albert Monkaber, president of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, a plaintiff in the suit. We are not here to put the ADL out of business. We're here to put the ADL back into the business of protecting civil rights. What is this? America's leading Jewish defense organization, Anti-Defamation League, has settled a long legal battle over spying in collusion with the South African apartheid regime against left-wing activists, Arabs, and Jewish dissidents. The league had to pay $178,000 to the last three plaintiffs in a case brought by 19 activists in 1993. ADL, an offshoot of the mainstream B'nai B'rith, has increasingly turned towards defending Israeli policies. Well-resourced and professionally staffed, the league and had the ears of politicians and the press. Then in 1992, police raided its San Francisco and Los Angeles headquarters. A league investigator and a former San Francisco police officer had been seen talking to South African agents. The police seized 12,000 files containing information on a wide range of organizations and individuals. The ADL claimed to be only monitoring hate groups and denied passing information to Israel or South Africa. But the files ranged over Arab American community organizations, trade unions, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, anti-apartheid, women in black, and the International Jewish Peace Union. Only a relative handful of files dealt with the far right. League spook Roy Bullock, who used his cover as an art dealer to attend meetings in the U.S. cities, admitted to moonlighting for the South Africans. Former police inspector Tom Gerard later pleaded no contest to charges of illegally accessing police files for information supplied to Bullock. The ADL claims to be merely acting like a journalist, gathering information for publication while protecting sources look thin. It was revealed that Bullock noted car numbers of the Arab community events and Gerard supplied addresses for them. Jeffrey Blankford of the American Labor Middle East Committee wondered why people interested in his politics needed his social security number. Spook means like it's an old way of saying like a spy. It can also be racist too. But in this context, clearly, like they're talking about like a Fed. A CIA agent. Anyway, it's a dated term for a government agent. Anyway, Bullock had passed himself off as a sympathetic to the Arab cause, helping steward meetings of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee and tried to join the Labor Committee when it was launched in 1987. Blankford and co-owner Steve Zeltzer discovered he had also attended gatherings of the Institute of Historical Review, a Holocaust denial outfit. Blankford says the reason Bullock gave us for attending the IIIR conferences was to distribute ADC literature and recruit some new members for the... Dude! Bullock went to a Holocaust denial conference. Wait, what? To distribute pamphlets to fucking get them to join... To get them to join the Arab... we found it both strange and suspicious that it had not occurred to him that the last type of individual that the ADC would want as members would be someone with obviously anti-Jewish and perhaps even pro-Nazi sentiments. A link between neo-Nazis and Arab Americans is, however, a connection that the ADL would like to make. Wow, really interesting that an infiltrator working at the behest of the Anti-Defamation League went to a Holocon, a Holocaust denial conference, and handed out pamphlets to try to get these fucking neo-Nazis to join the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee. How odd. I wonder where it came from. I wonder why he would do such a thing. Convinced that Bullock was indeed an ADL agent, we let the Arab American community know of our conclusions. Worrying information emerged about ex-Inspector Gerard's past link with the CIA and ties to Latin American death squads. Gerard has also taken part in a law enforcement trip to Israel arranged by the ADL. Among the spy files was a report on African National Congress Deputy Leader Chris Hani's visit to California a week before he was assassinated on his return home. Oh, how could I forget? One apartheid state, Israel, was also, of course, a major ally to the other apartheid state, South Africa. This is why I always say Israel learned from the mistakes that apartheid South Africa made and vowed never to repeat them ever again so they could continue maintaining their own apartheid state. My man said K. This is kind of bad, isn't it? Yeah, of course it's bad. But this is also not like a secret. Yeah, of course Israel and South Africa were allies. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be? They're both apartheid states. They're both incredibly fucking racist. They're both apartheid states. They're both important assets during the Cold War. Now, of course, South Africa now is very different. But South Africa as an apartheid state was, yes, very much in favor of Israel and vice versa. The case has discredited the ADL by showing how right-wing Zionism led it from anti-racism into collaborating with racists, leaving the USA's Jewish community without a respected voice to combat anti-Semitism. The National Lawyers Guild was listed in the ADL's files. Its attorney, Mark Vanderhout, a Jew, said the contents of the files showed the league had lost touch with reality on groups that are engaged in anti-Semitic activity. This is from the Jewish Socialist org.uk. How long until we have some rando handing out pamphlets at DSA rallies? I mean, provocateurs are not new. These cards are being handed out to student protesters. Have been informed by Columbia University admin that protesters face conduct violations. Protests have remained peaceful and comply with instructions. Anyone know if these cards are real? Please stop your disruption now. It is a violation of the rules of university conduct to interrupt, shout down, or otherwise disrupt an event, or to obstruct the view of the speaker. Your CUID. What the fuck? Because you are engaged in disruption, you need to provide me with your CUID. Your CUID will be returned to you after I take down your information. Interim sanctions. If you refuse to comply promptly with a request from a delegates or public safety officers to stop disrupting, e.g., stop shouting, sit down, move to another location, you may be subject to interim sanctions by the provost up to and including suspension for the rest of the semester. Yeah, the CUID is the Columbia University student ID. This looks fake as fuck, dog. I don't know.
Now, let's get on with the show. Let's win back the White House. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Hell yeah, baby. God bless.
Okay.
What's not fake is apparently the Guardian is doing this for a protest. What is this? Oh, dude, I saw this. Tell us, will you be taking part in the pro-Palestine Armistice Day March? Name, where do you live? Tell us a bit about yourself. Age, what you do for a living. Tell us why you will be attending the pro-Palestine Armistice Day March in London. If you are happy to, you can upload a photo of yourself here. Optional. Can we publish your response? Yes, entirely. That's fucking insane. That's, by the way, here, dude, there's more. Phone number, email address. Would you be interested in speaking to our audio and our video teams? Optional. Would you be willing to tell the camera that you believe that from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free actually means ethnically cleansing Jewish people, and that it's actually very cool that that's what it means? Would you be willing to say those things? Anyway. People are trolling on the forum. As an advocate, Ben, I think you should apply, at least think about it, Mr. Shapiro. Yeah. Oh my God. What does the world come to, dude? A very cool to think about that instead of like addressing the issues head on, instead of looking at the situation in an even-handed manner and saying, perhaps it's ridiculous that Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in full display with our weapons and our go-ahead and our loud support from our administration. Maybe we should, I don't know, not do that. Instead of that, what have we done? Decided to make it illegal to even say that that is fucked up as best as possible. Also, this is fun. The Brazilian security services, together with Mossad and its partners in the Israel security community, alongside traditional international security agencies, foiled a terrorist attack in Brazil planned by the Hezbollah terrorist organization, directed and financed by Iran. How interesting that Iran organized a terror attack on the largest country in the world that is critical of Israel. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What the fuck? I'm effing. I'm still here. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. By the way, speaking of come to Brazil, okay, sometimes Brazil comes to you. That's right. Brazilian citizens were left off Gaza evacuation list for the 6th consecutive time yesterday. Political insiders, including former public TV company president Helia Doyle, accused the Bolsonaro family of colluding with the Israeli ambassador to prevent them from leaving. I don't know if like Bolsonaro is doing that, but it is quite odd. Have the Irish Palestinians been able to leave yet? Because I know that they were not allowing the Irish to leave either. Something to consider, something to think about. I don't know. It's just very odd. Mossad tried to do this in Mexico after 9/11. SAG-AFTRA and the studios have officially reached a tentative deal on a new 3-year contract. Let's go. That's pretty fire. That's exciting. You have to see this. Soldiers don't let Palestinians living in the West Bank leave their house apart from the 60 minutes. Yeah. Did you let him say it? What? My Muslim friends only let me say inshallah sometimes as a reward for being good. Yes. It's crazy that a night of psychotic Republican racist banter will be welcomed relief from the disheartening realities of the world. Yeah, only to suck you back in. It's been something that Hezbollah has been doing since the 90s against Israeli and Jewish targets in South America. What? Fits with Hezbollah's past attacks targeting Israeli and Jewish sites in South America in 1992. Israel embassy suicide truck bomb. Oh, you're saying that Hezbollah actually tried to attack an Israeli position in Brazil? I doubt it. And targets based around the world in general. Bus carrying Israelis hit by suicide bombing in Burgas Airport. Fits with Hezbollah's past attacks targeting Israeli and Jewish sites in South America. 1992 Israel Embassy suicide bomb truck in Buenos Aires. AMIA Jewish Community Center suicide truck bomb in Buenos Aires. Alas, Chiricana's flight 00901 suicide bomb over Panama. I feel like Hezbollah's got some different shit to worry about. Brazil has more Lebanese people than Lebanon. It was the same shit during the Bush War on Terror. They arrested a guy for sending an email to his family. I'm French Palestinian. It took around 24 days. It was for us to be even emailed by the embassy while all other French citizens here were immediately evacuated. This was in the West Bank, by the way. Jesus Christ. I wonder what was about in Argentina. I have a fun story about Mossad. I think it was in Argentina. Didn't they literally change their policies of Nazi hunting, specifically in Argentina, like Mossad did? And then they actually had to fucking apprehend another Mossad agent because they were afraid that he was just going to act on his own to go kill the Nazi because they knew he was there. What was the name of the guy? Hezbollah claimed responsibility through Islamic Jihad organizations for all the attacks, by the way. Have they claimed it for this one? I like Mossad better when they're doing special ops killing Nazis. They should do more of that. It's a little bit different if they're like trying to bomb a Jewish target or an Israeli target. Then it makes sense. I thought it was like I thought they foiled a plan of like just some random Brazilian, just like a random Brazilian place, which would be ridiculous. The Mossad killed our chief nuclear program scientist here in Brazil in order to stop Brazil from developing nukes. It's on Wikipedia, by the way. Killing random gramps on Argentina because it's... Wait, what? No. The Mossad Nazi hunting stuff was totally valid and totally reasonable. I'm actually critical of Mossad for stopping that policy. No, you misunderstood what I was saying. No, that was incredibly just. Dude, that's like a very understandable thing to do. I'm more frustrated with the fact that they changed their policy. That they hold on, I'll find this story. Hold on. Why the Mossad failed to capture or kill so many fugitive Nazis. On September, Menachem Begin, the feisty prime minister of Israel elected only 4 months earlier, convened a security cabinet for a secret meeting. After a short deliberation, a policy titled Decision B4 was adopted. To prevent leaks, only 2 copies were typed. 2 ministers ordered the Mossad, Israel's feared and respected foreign espionage agency, to renew the hunt for Nazi war criminals in order to bring them to trial in Israel, and if bringing them for trial will not be possible, to kill them, which is cold-blooded, and I kind of fucking vibe with that. Okay? I'll be honest. I vibe with that, and I think it's fucking chill. That's like the only chill thing. The Mossad drafted a list of 9 wanted Nazis with a special focus on Mengele, notorious for his ghoulish medical experiments on Jews in the Auschwitz death camp. A photocopy of the cabinet decision appears in a secret 3-volume book commissioned by the Mossad to summarize the program of the outcome. We studied it before it was handed over to Yad Vashem, Israel's official memorial to the victims of the Holocaust, this month. The extent that the espionage agency reveals the truth is striking that Israel does not try to deny that its agents trampled on the sovereignty and laws of many countries in search of justice against mass murderers. In a rare written comment, the Mossad, through the Prime Minister's office, told us that it released these volumes because the subject is of the highest importance and significance. But even more striking is the frankness with which the official history shrugs at the results of the vengeance program. One volume is called Clouds of Wind But No Rain, in the footsteps of Nazi war criminals who were not punished. It is an allusion to Proverbs 25:14, a verse about promises and expectations that are not met. In addition to Mengele, it focused on Adolf Hitler's deputy, Martin Bormann, the Gestapo chief, Heinrich Müller, Adolf Eichmann's assistant, Horst Schumann, a doctor who conducted sterilization and castration experiments on Jews by means of x-rays at Auschwitz, Walter Rauff, an SS engineer who developed the gas trucks, and who could forget Klaus Barbie, a Gestapo officer known as the Butcher of Lyon, Franz Muir, an SS officer known as the Butcher of Vilnius in Lithuania, and Ernst Lurch, an administrator who directed the murder of tens of thousands of Polish Jews. The history begins after the capture in Argentina of Eichmann, the bureaucrat who oversaw the final solution to exterminate Europe's Jews. He was tried before an Israeli court on international TV and was executed in 1962. Anyway, in the 60s, Shamir, the future prime minister of Israel, was in charge of Mossad's special operations unit. He sent a 31-year-old Israeli spy code named Candle, who was working in Damascus to kill Brunner, Eichmann's assistant. Brunner was then serving as a security consultant in the Syrian government. There followed a nerve-wracking comedy of errors. A post office clerk in 1961 gave Candle a hard time when he tried to mail a concealed letter bomb because it didn't have a return address. Later, Mossad tried it again in the 80s, learned that Brunner subscribed to the catalogs of the Austrian company and sold herbs by mail order. An Israeli team went to the Austrian office, stole envelopes and brochures, and took them to Israel. Okay, this is not, I don't think this talks about the story of how they just like stopped. No debate watch. Guys, I have copy strikes. I can't watch the debate live. I will watch pieces of it. Stop being fucking annoying. I know you want me to watch the Republican debates, but Donald Trump is not here, okay? And the debates are Rizless. More Rizless than Ohio, okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If Mossad cared about hunting Nazis, they would have done so in West Germany, which was right there and full of Nazis like the rest of Western Europe instead of third world countries. No, some of the worst ones did run to fucking Argentina and Brazil and shit. So that was perfectly valid, in my opinion. I also refuse to watch the debates because no Doug Burgum. I'm a burger maniac, and I think it's inappropriate to not have our boy Doug Burgum. But the debate is so skibbity. Yeah. I mean, we'll look at it. We'll look at the debates from time to time. Pronounced in German.
Over your fellow debaters, if you talk.
Oh. All right, we'll watch it. We'll watch it here, okay? I don't know how to like hold on. Maybe like that.
Donald Trump. Why should you and not him be the Republican
I know there's no volume
to face Joe Biden?
Stop, everybody.
This country is in trouble, and the elites that have put us here, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're having to grapple with higher grocery prices or have higher gas prices. They don't care that your family's less secure because of the open border that's allowed drugs.
Where's the Trump speech? Isn't there supposed to be a Trump speech? No, I slowed it down. Oh God, I'm so annoyed. I kind of don't want to watch it. I kind of want to just fucking quit, honestly. I'm so annoyed. I do not have the same fucking set of standards that others do. Okay? I can't do this. And you guys are such fucking unparalleled dorks about it. It's really fucking annoying. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here. I'm out of options, okay? We'll watch
impoverished, third world, crippled blackouts. We're going to have crippling blackouts. We're going to have people literally begging our enemies for mercy. We're losing all of our power with what they're doing. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I want to, just tell you that it's companies like this, and we have them in so many, making tractors, making everything. Companies that are the greatest companies in the world, they're being put out of business by people that don't know what they're doing. The auto workers just signed a deal, and they got an increase, but they won't have jobs in 3 years because everything is going electric. And you know the story with the cars. It doesn't work. You're not going to make electric cars in this country. We don't have what's necessary for electric cars. We have what's necessary for gasoline cars or hybrids. But Texas patriots will never, ever let what they're trying to do happen. You know why you won't, and you know how you stop it? Elect Trump, and you're going to stop it. You don't have to bomb. You know what you do? What you do is elect Trump and don't worry about it. You know, I told the auto work. I went to Michigan, which is under siege, and they're going to be losing all their jobs, all their auto jobs.
Are you sure this isn't live? Why would it not be live?
Their utility bills. You have the fact that he used to be right on Ukraine and foreign issues. Now he's getting weak in the knees and trying to be friendly again. I think that we've got to go back to the fact that we can't live in the past. We can't live in other headlines. We've got to start focusing on what's going to make America strong and proud. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Let's make sure we pay down our debt. I think we need an account at the White House. Let's make sure that we have transparency in the classroom. As a mom, I know what that means. Let's make sure we secure our borders so that our families are safe. Let's get crime down because our families want to know that they can be safe no matter where they go. And as the wife of a combat veteran, I will tell you, a military needs to know we have our back, and we need to make sure that America is
Thank you.
This country, and if they
Chad, I'm trying to chop and screw it on purpose, okay? You're not having a fucking stroke. Actually, I think I'm just going to end the stream right now. All right, everybody. I don't want to do this. You guys are being really fucking annoying. Sorry, I can't avoid copyright. Good night.